Alright, folks. Welcome back, everyone. 皆さん、おかえりなさい。今日は221日ね。1日目です。Is day 221. We are gonna follow up on our topics, right? Before we actually jump back the whole N4 block and the grammar, I think now we're gonna go through our reading practices in before our doing our N5 practice tests, because we have, let's see, August 17th. We'll probably have some time. So what we're gonna do is, it does look like I did mark one, so I did read the lesson one. So we're just gonna go through the whole thing from the top. Not sure how long these are. So if we think about it, maybe 2 lessons each. I wonder how their lessons are broken down. I didn't go over these practices other than the first one. We might as well take a look at, in order to iron out our N5 stuff. So let's go start there. I remember reading this one, I'm pretty sure. Let's see if these are... Oh, they do have it. Highlighted target grammar? Okay. Interesting. Discuss. Okay. Alright. What is this thing? Inspector. Although... Oh, okay. This is... Okay, they marked the inspector for this. And について is about. Okay. Alright, so we have 本について話す talking about books. Alright. Then let's use this, because this will also remind me to exercise the grammar points now that I'm not exactly sure what they're trying to highlight.
本について話す。これは私の本です。これも私の本です。これは田中先生の本です。これも田中先生の本です。これは山田先生の本ですか？これはあなたの本です。これもあなたの本ですか？これはいい本です。これもいい本です。これもいい本ですか？
Okay, so let's think about this. So we have the... Man, I don't remember what this is called. But, so we have the kosoado noun, right? So, kore, this. And then we have the possession no. Watashi no hon desu. And then we have the koremo. Koremo, the mo, the also. Oh, I see the 2, 3, and 4. So mo is also. Right. And then des is our polite auxiliary verb. And I guess a separate note is that da and des is required after a noun. Pretty sure, because you can't leave it hanging. Because it would be like Honda as opposed to des. Then what else we got? We have a name, Tanaka Sensei. This isn't highlighted, but Sensei is a title that follows someone's name. That's fine. Then we have the question, right? Desu ka? A polite question. You, anata. Question. And then is it and then we have E, which is good. So this was a good book. And then moi I think in this case, this is also good as opposed to something else, right? So those are okay. I'm trying to scan for all of them. And while this might sound redundant, obviously these aren't complete yet, right? Like they're very rigid because it's only lesson one. The thing I'm paying attention to is the pitch accent, like how she's saying it. So that can help me normalize a lot of the little pitchiness that I'm unsure when saying sentences or reading out sentences. It's actually more when it's a long sentence, like where there's like conjunctions and stuff, that I don't really know how to bridge the different particles or the different words between. When you're always saying these things, it's okay because that's most of the reading. I typically break it down to at least this, where there is a, I don't know what this is called, but a pronoun, like a post pronoun article, and then perhaps one modifier like an adjective. This would be considered somewhat of an adjective, article, and then a noun, and then this if there is, and dot if it's casual. All right, so what do we got here? Tomu no introduction. Tomu no dang it, I can only think of the Chinese. Shoukai. This is again? Zhao Shi. Yeah, Zhao Shi. So introducing Tom, right? Or Tom's introduction. Oh, actually, introducing Tom. That's a little different than Tom's introduction. The introduction of Tom. Okay. Also, of course, we have your illustrations to help out. I'm guessing this is Tom here.
トムの紹介。私はトムです。私は学生です。これは私の友達です。私の友達の名前はケンタです。ケンタも学生です。これは田中先生です。田中先生は私の日本語の先生です。田中先生はいい先生です。
Okay. So, we have topic marker. They're highlighting that it's topic marker. Tomu. Sorry, I have to ban another AI bot spam. Okay, so we have the topic marker, right? Tomu, and yes, that's fine. Sensei, noun. Kore, so the kosoado. Then we have vocabulary. Tomodachi. Tomodachi desu is friend. Tomodachi. Namae wa name. Kenta. Kenta is mimetic for Kenta, the name. Although, Kenta. It could be, I'm not sure what Ken could be, but Ta could use like field, like this here. A second. So, Kenta looks like mimetic. This is okay. And then Yi, so E is good. That's still used as good as opposed to a phrase that is okay. All right. Right. I guess I should have translated this, huh? So, right, this is my book. This is also my book. This is Tanaka Sensei's book, right? This is also Tanaka Sensei's book. This is uh, Yamada, right? Yamada Sensei's book. Reading names is kind of up in there. It takes a bit. This is your book, right? This is also your book. Is this also your book? Sorry, this is a question. This is Yamada Sensei's book. This is a good book. This is also a good book, and is this also a good book? Or is this good? Is this a good book too? That's fair too. And then I am Tom. I'm a teacher. Alright, sorry. Oh, this is Gakse, actually. Sorry. Just stop rushing. Gakse, not Sensei. Gakse. And this is my friend. My friend's name is Kenta, and Kenta is also a university student. Oh, yeah, Kenta. So Kenta here, and oh no, wait. I actually don't know. Wait. He's Tom. And then this is his friend. This guy. Wait a minute. Kenta is also wait. Who's introducing who? I think this guy is introducing, and his friend. This is Kenta, and then this is Tanaka Sensei, right? And Tanaka, he's my Japanese language teacher, as opposed to Japanese teacher, Japanese language teacher, and then he's a good teacher. That's fine. All right. それが家族の写真 right? 家族の写真 so family photo 家族の写真 okay let's highlight here
家族の写真。これは私の家族です。これは私の父です。父の名前はチモシーです。これは私の母です。母の名前はジュリーです。これは私の兄です。兄の名前はロバートです。これは私です。これは私の妹です。妹の名前はレイチェルです。私の家族はいい家族です。
Okay, he must be looking at a photo, even though I didn't decide. Yeah, he was just pointing out the only when if I wasn't imagining a picture, the only way I knew he was imagining that he was pointing out on a photo is when he said これは私です because he was pointing himself out. Okay, so let's look. So this is my family. So 家族 is vocabulary, and then 父 right, father. So this is my family, this is my father, and namae wa, it's already, we already covered that. Name, my father's name is Chimoshi. What is Chimoshi? Oh, hang on, I'm gonna.
これは私の家族です。これは私の父です。父の名前はチモシーです。これは私の
Okay,
これ
I'm good. Chimoshi? Really? Crazy. Chimoshi. Really? Huh. Wonder why they use chi. I guess, yeah, I guess there's no... Instead of using the compound. Interesting. Alright. Then, this is my... So he's like pointing, so this is my mom. So, haha. Judy. Judy. Nope, that's just Judy. Right, her name is Julie. This is my older brother. Ani desu. And then my brother's name is Roberto. Yes, Robert. And this is me. This is Ani. Alright. Ane. Sorry. Ane. So this is my sister. Sister's name is Rachel. Rachel. Alright. Rachel. And then my family is nice, or my family's good. My family is a good family. Okay. Next one. Let's look at the diagram first, actually. All right. Shopping. Okay. What do we got? コンビニの商品ね。商品について話す。Okay.
コンビニの商品について話す。店員の件。これはポテトチップスです。それもポテトチップスです。匠。ポテトチップスは安いです。あれもポテトチップスですか？店員の件。あれはカップラーメンです。カップラーメンは美味しいです。あれはいい味です。匠。コンビニの仕事は大変ですか？楽しいですか？店員の件。いいえ。今日は暇です。いい仕事です。
I mean, that's pretty wholesome, the question anyways. So 店員の件. Not sure what Ken means here. So is the shops... Oh, this is like a store worker, right? Employer or employee, but no Ken. I'm guessing they're referring to the person Ken, like name. I don't think it stands for anything. So that's what I'm gonna go with. They probably translate. Yeah, they do. Okay. So, probably this whole thing. So like the shop, the shops, it says the shops can is how I'm thinking about this. I didn't know you can do that as a way to mark. So like is this person named Ken and he just happens to be one of the shop, it's the shop, it's the employee Ken, right? Shop's employee Ken. And then we still have korewa, and then this is potato chips, this potato chips, right? And this is also potato chips, right? So those, oh, so sore, yeah, see, I'm not reading carefully. Sore, those, yeah. And then these and those, because they're, by context, you know they're plural or singular. Oh, yeah, yeah. So it's Ken. Ken the clerk. Interesting. Goes with Ken the clerk. Like a title, Ken the clerk. Subset. And then Takumi, right? Takumi. And these potatoes are cheap. Yasui desu. And then aremo. So those over there are also potato chips desu ka? Right? Are they potato chips over there? Are those also potato chips, right? Ken the clerk. Those over there, cup ramen, right? Cup ramen this. So cup ramen, oishii, oishii desu. So e adjective, right? Now we have e adjective, delicious, and then are over there, wa ii aji, flavor, aji desu. That's a good flavor. Takumi, konbini no shigoto wa taihen desu ka? Is the job, is the basically working at the convenience store tough? And tanoshii desu ka? Is it fun? Right. Then can the clerk say iie? Contextually, like you know, like short, like it's kind of blunting the taihen desu ka? So yeah, 今日は暇です。So today is leisurely, and it's a good job, right? Today is leisure. Today is quiet. Yeah, it's leisure today, so it's pretty laxed, right? Hima desu. And we're still good. See, so I'm like he's blunting the taihen desu ka? Okay. Next one. Hiru. Wait, how does that work? Hirushoku. Hirushoku no jikan. Hirushoku no jikan. Lunchtime. Okay.
昼食の時間
Oh, wait, that's chushoku. Oh. Not a hybrid. That's actually a double. That's a juko. Okay.
昼食の時間これは僕のお弁当だそれも僕のお弁当だ僕のお弁当は大きい僕は大食いだ弁当は大切だあなたも大食いですかあれはたかしのお弁当だたかしのお弁当は小さい昼食はいい時間だお弁当作りは大変だ
Okay. I think I noticed you have heard of people getting streams, videos taken down due to just reacting to a video by the creator. Yeah, that's the fair use thing that I brought up before. And posting without being transparent. Yeah. It happened. It started. That stuff started 10 years ago? Has it been 10 years now? I think it's been 10 years. Yeah, especially on YouTube. It was the whole controversy with fair use that I brought up yesterday, but this was well before the Twitch era. They were the React videos. Yeah, when React was a channel, like it was a YouTube channel before, and then there was like a bunch of lawsuits as well that was involving. It's kind of unrelated, but the React video channel when people started mirroring her and doing it. That's why I strayed away from. So when I first started, I still remember it was like 2 or 3 years before I started. I was looking into like the legalities and what type of format I was going to use for streaming and posting. So pretty sure, yeah, it feels about right. I would say a little over 10 years ago. It's still a thing today, of course. Let's see. So, これは right? これは僕の so 僕 I think that's the first time they use 僕 masculine I would say more casual like 僕 and also so then we have obento. Let's remember that honorific and then bento da. So this is the casual copula. Since this is a noun, we need a da, right? Then soremo, that is also my bento, right? Box lunch. And I usually just call them bento, so we don't call them box lunch, personally. So a bento is a bento, right? And boku no obento wa oki, right? Big, that's another e adjective. And then boku wa, so this this one is a special read and it's not actually that obvious. So ogui, yeah, ogui is actually very weird. So when I heard this, I was like, oh man, yeah. So ogui da, I guess it's a big lunch or a lot of food. It is a lot of food or is a big meal. So ogui I don't see too often. So I was taking it back when I was reading this as we were going. And then bento for whatever reason the honorific disappears. So the question is, why did the honorific disappear when it became a topic alone, right? Maybe they was just doing it on and off. And then taisetsu da. So taisetsu is important, right? So my bento is big. I'm a big eater. Oh. Ogui. Yeah, see, I don't actually know this. Can I click on this? No. So ogui, big eater. Interesting. I guess, like, I should have known it was describing themselves, but that's not what I was thinking. Okay. The more you know. Ogui. So gu is a read of this character. And then, right, I already dropped a chushoku. Chu is not my common read of this, as opposed to hiru, the kunyomi. Okay, and then you also, ogui desu ka? Are you a big eater too? And then arewa, his name is Takashi, right? Takashi no bento da. So that's Takashi's lunchbox or box lunch. Bento, that's Takashi's bento. Then Takashi no obento wa chisai, right? E adjective, small. And chushoku wa ii jikan da. The lunchtime, the like how lunchtime was a good time. Lunch was a good time, and lunchtime was a good time, and obento skuri. So skuri wa taihen da. So this is like bento making. So like making the bento was hard or is hard, making bentos. Okay. Right. So that's what we read before when we dabbled basically when we dabbled. Oh, they might have added one. Yeah, they might have added one. You can tell by when it was marked. I think this, how far back did this go? Remember when I checked out this section. So now we're going into the next ones. And we're gonna try to anticipate what they're covering, because I imagine this is paralleling the topics. Okay, so what the Ayumi Ayumiが友達に家の中をheck, no, that's not it. Something ないしています。うち? No. 案内しています。To guide, tour. So, Ayumi is is in the middle of is touring friends, giving the friend a tour of the house, or in the middle of the house, right? Showing a friend around the house. This is 案内しています. Okay, let's look at the grammar. That's pretty modest. Oh, and oh, no audio. Okay, so they might have added new ones without audio, because this top one doesn't have one. So ここは私の部屋です。それは私のベッドです。それは私のギターです。Right, so this is my room. So ここのこそあど, or position. So now here is my bed. That is my here is my room. That is my bed. This is my guitar. Self-explanatory, right? Bed. So bed, guitar. This here is ここは私の父の部屋です. This is my father's room. Or here is my father's room. それはラジオとテレビです. That is radio and TV, right? That is a radio and TV. Or no, this is a radio and TV. And then 父はテレビを見ます. My father watches TV or watch TV. It's yeah, my dad watches TV. It's a little weird saying it in the non-pass in that way, but that's fine. Then ここはキッチンです. Right, kitchen this. This is the kitchen. Here is the kitchen. それは野菜と買い物と肉です。肉です。肉です。So野菜、果物 and 肉. So we have vegetables, fruits, and meat. Right, and then 母はパンを食べません. My mother doesn't eat bread. Right. We were good on those. Then ここは家の庭です. This is the garden, so 庭. of the house, so the house garden. And then there's a dot 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 here. Times pass, kind of like times pass, dot dot dot. Then 今日はいい天気ですね. Today is good weather, right? So this is emphatic, ne? Right? Or the yard, I guess. Yard or garden. Okay. Shows, tour. Okay. Alright. So, 発表会。発表会. Yep. This is a meeting. Or the presentation, yeah. 発表会. Yay. Meeting as in like a meet to present something. This shows, like, this could be considered as a like a departure plus a expression, so, and then it is combined with the meeting, so you're giving something off, so you're presenting something. It's a meet to present something. Okay. All right. Interesting.
発表会。トム、これは大阪駅です。いい駅です。これはデパートと映画館です。これは京都駅です。京都駅もいい駅です。あそこはいいホテルです。これはヒルトンとリッツ・カールトンです。質問を受け付けます。田中先生。はい。ここは映画館ですか？トム。はい。そうですよ。チモシー。そこも映画館ですね。トム。いいえ。あそこはスーパーです。田中先生。ありがとうございます。
Okay, there's some really okay some presentation. I actually got lost on the katakana. This whatever それはヒルトン no ヒロトの what the heck ヒルトのリツガルトの That's supposed to be a tunnel? What is a Hiru tunnel? Yeah, I still don't know what this is. So we'll go get to it first. So Tomo says, this is Osaka. These are the characters for Osaka. Osaka eki desu. So there's a special thing about Osaka eki where it's a plus or minus no. When you're referring to like the actual place with the actual name, the no gets dropped. So that's kind of actually an extra here. Osaka eki instead of Osaka no eki. And then it's a good station, my ii eki. And then それは departo, right? The department store, and 映画館, so movie theater, right? And to being the conjunction and. Then this is the Kyoto. That's how Kyoto. These are the characters, and Kyoto eki, same difference. The no is dropped because it is referring to the actual station name Kyoto eki. And Kyoto eki moi, right? Also good station. And then asoko, that position, so over there. Wa ii hoteru, right? Hoteru desu. Self-explanatory. Then this is, I still don't know what this is. Hirutono. Oh, and then Ritsuka, Ritsukarutono. And then, 質問は受け付けます。受け付けます。This is receiving, like, I'll receive any questions now, right? Or take any questions now. Oh, it's a Hilton. And, oh, Ritsu Karu Tono. Oh, so tin is Tono. Interesting. Hiru Tono. I was thinking like a tunnel, but then I could have went from the hotel if I was looking at the diagram. I suppose you could surmise that Hirutono, interesting. I can see it now with Hilton. Hirutono and Ritsu. Yeah, Ritsu. So they were using hyphenated, so Ritsu Karutono. Wow. Yeah, I wouldn't have guessed those names. My first thought is like it's a name or the name of a location, and I would be hard pressed to know. So maybe I should have inferred. So let me make sure that I infer from previous. Okay. Then we have Tanaka Sensei asking, hi, is this a koko right here? Here is here, that here, pointing, a movie theater. This is where, you still can use this as opposed to here. So earlier we were doing like koko, like here is my room. I keep flipping between this is my room and here is my room. That's a contextual. So if you were practicing, right? If you were practicing, you would have to remind yourself, oh, they're talking about the location, right? The location and or the object, right? Kore versus koko. Now, like really early on, I typically refer to Duolingo here. Really early on, they want to be never escaping the crying jump scare, huh? What do you mean the crying jump scare? What happened? Eh? So Koko and Kore in English, I would typically use this, and contextually in Japanese, you can I would know that they're referring to the position or the pronoun. Now in English, it would be this contextually. So is this the movie theater? However, in Japanese, it has extra information. So that's kind of an idiosyncrasy thing. And also, I usually refer to this in Duolingo. Duolingo, for example, would do like your blatant strict things. So if you type like, is this the movie theater? I'm kind of curious if they would just say, it's close enough, or is here, right? Is here the movie theater? So for myself, I no longer distinguish between that. If they say koko, regardless of, I'm translating as, is this the movie theater? It still passes the understanding, right? Now, the problem could happen. One of the problem is that, oh, Twitch finally sent those messages that didn't go through yesterday. You finished the sketch though. Oh. Oh, wow. But I saw that message. Oh, did you try to send it twice yesterday and one of them didn't go through? Because I did. Oh, no, wait. No. You sent another message that dealt with the jump scare. Oh, wow. That's crazy. You sent a few twice yesterday. Oh, okay. It's so weird. So this one, the timings look similar. The gaps. Oh, I see. I see. Oh, Twitch finally sent those mentions. Oh, yeah. Okay. Wait, are you actually alive? Like, are you actually here? I'm like, you those messages could have been from yesterday. Wait, which messages are from yesterday? Because you could have actually typed all those messages from yesterday. Since we already mentioned all of them. Well, that's crazy. I've never like I haven't ever witnessed someone's messages that got delayed over a day. That's crazy. Anything before Twitch finally. Oh. Oh, I see. Wow. That makes so much sense now. Why that first message shows up. Man. Okay, all right. Fair enough. Maybe it really is a browser error. That's crazy. So it makes sense now where there was a gap. Like the player issue. That's fair enough. It does make sense, your message caps now. All right. That would, like yesterday where when you were typing there was something missing. Makes sense. Crazy. All right, so back to this. So I was saying about koko and kore. Now, one thing I worry about here is that in my mind, would I say koko or kore here? So like if I asked, right? If I point to the image, like I'm like this person here, where I raise my hand and I'm like, ここは映画ですか? え、映画館, right? 映画館ですか? Should I be, if I say これは映画館ですか? Would that be unnatural, right? So that's often something that I would wonder. Now, it wouldn't change like the meaning you're trying to get across. Like, is this the movie theater, right? Kore. However, koko would sound like I would use koko because I would be thinking about a place, or like a location and not a thing. But that's kind of like the reverse. When you have to produce it, would I go for kore or koko? So reading it is fine because I wouldn't know whether it, like, the meaning comes through regardless for me. And in English, it ends up in my mind a demonstrative in both cases. Like if you use kore or koko in this situation, like if a Japanese person describe ここは映画館ですか? or ask, or これは映画館ですか? In both cases, I would think to myself, is this the movie theater, right? Which either or will work when I reply back. So these are kind of the little details that now I'm paying attention to. Basically, okay, so they prefer to use the location as opposed to the pronoun, or like the noun, これ. And Tomu said, はい、そうですよ. So yo is emphatic, or not emphatic, emphasis, as like a strong statement. Ne is the emphatic, right? Yes, it is. Right? Then chimushi, chimushi. So Timothy, we just learned Timothy. Chimushi, soko. So that, soko mo 映画館ですね. emphatic, right? That's also a movie theater, right? Tomu, I keep saying right like a lot now because of the every time I'm thinking, I'm like starting to say right at the end of all my English sentences, which is how it would sound in Japanese. So like when I'm broadcasting and stuff, I keep saying right at the end, or like and whatnot, which is actually not it's a weird feeling because in English when you're speaking, those are filler phrases. So like if you keep saying ne at the end of a Japanese sentence, you might say that it might be natural or sort of like you're kind of emphatic a lot of times because you're saying things like as a streamer, right? Like a content creator, you're trying to be relatable. So oftentimes then I hear a lot of like they say something emphatic. They say something emphatic, right? So ne comes up a lot. However, in English, when I'm speaking, those are filler phrases. So typically you don't want, like in my opinion, you don't want to say it so frequently, right? Like we're practicing Japanese, right? This is a good game, right? You know what I mean, right? This is pretty good, right? So like when you keep saying that, it's gonna be, it becomes a filler word, like a like this, like that, like this, right? Like this, right? So I'm a bit torn by my habits, my English and my how I imagine Japanese is kind of colliding. So from time to time, whenever I'm reading this, like soko mo eigakan desu ne, right? When I'm translating, I'm like, okay, so this is that is also a movie theater, right? And I wasn't translating right. I was saying right in English because I was telling myself I'm reading this. So it's a weird feeling. I'm not sure if that came through in my description. When I'm translating, I'm saying at the end right, like ne in my head, but I'm saying right in English as opposed to ne in Japanese. Sometimes yesterday, along the way when I was reading, I actually said ne at the end of my English phrases. So after a while, I kind of get them a little jumbled. So sometimes I might say ne all of a sudden. Like I'm pretty sure it was yesterday, I was reading like a Chinese sentence, and after I finished reading the Chinese sentence, I said ne at the end instead of right, to fill in the emphatic. So I could see ne becoming a natural thing when you're trying to say something that's very relatable, right? Because ne gives emphatic relatableness. You're saying something that both parties know. In English, that does create a groundedness. For example, hey, this video game, it's really awesome, right? You know what I mean. You know what I mean? Ne. Right? Right? Isn't it? So I do use it sparingly though. Generally speaking, when explaining something, you stay away from ne. So reading a lot of dialogue, at least in my opinion, reading a lot of like early conversation or even when people are having conversation is not quite the same as what I typically do on stream. I don't actually have conversations with individuals. So typically I try to avoid saying right at the end of a conversation, at the end of a dialogue, or like a dialogue with myself. So when I'm explaining something, it's actually incredibly distracting to constantly say right at the end, me personally. So when I hear someone do like a video essay, they don't say right, got it, you know, after every like so statement. That is how those are for conversation. So you are expecting a baton toss back and forth. So one of an interesting byproduct of streaming while learning a language and reading dialogue is that it starts drilling in the dialogue-ness of reading another target language as a habit. So conversing, you could sound a bit more natural by having those filler words like "そうですよ," right? "そうですよ," right? And like "そうですね," "そうですよね," right? Those are there. However, the awkwardness is when I'm now going to speak English and explain things. Sometimes I find myself in a situation where I keep saying right. You know what I mean? Situation, right? Which is what I just did. So, yeah, so nah, over there, that's a super, right? Super this. Super this a supermarket, right? Yeah, so arigatou gozaimasu, right? Thank you very much. And we also have to keep in mind, they're using the tenego throughout this whole thing. And we're good, right? So what do we have here? Musko to musume ni tsuite hanashite imasu. So this is talking about son and daughter. Okay.
息子と娘について話しています。
Oh, について。Okay.
これは私の子供です。私の子供の名前はサムとキャンディスです。サムは男の子です。サムは高校生です。サムは海で泳ぎます。キャンディスは女の子です。キャンディスも高校生です。キャンディスは海で泳ぎません。これとそれは子供たちの部屋です。二人は仲がいいです。
She's the person that the sample that the person is, the voice sample is very sharp, and it's kind of nice because it gives me the sharp delineations of where the pitch rises and falls, like really sharp. So like when I heard the early one, 子供と息子と娘息子と娘について話します。Right, 話しています。So we got それは私の子供です。Right. This is my son. Right, this is my son. 私の子供の前はサムと and thenキャのキャムです。It's like Candice. 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 Candace. I think it's supposed to be. See, I'm not sure. Is that how you spell Candace? Hold up. Oh my gosh, that's a name. Is that really how you spell Candace? Oh no. That is, I don't think I've ever seen that written out yet. Hang on. All right. Yeah, it's Candace. Wow. Maybe I'm just weird. I've never seen it. I've never seen it spelled out or written in English. Candice. Oh, Candice. Candice des. Candice. Yeah, Candice des. No, it's just Candice. Yeah, this is not even a long one. Candice. Candice des. That doesn't roll off the tongue after this. How do you clean up sketches without just drawing line art? You render the thing. You clean up by rendering it. Or I render it anyways. I render and then draw more lines. So like I render it and then I finalize the line detail. So the line art starts to fade. Because the line art, you do end up drawing over it. But the cleanup of the sketch, actually, are you talking about like sketching your final sketch? The original sketch would already be really light. So in the digital thing, I would just turn down the sketch and then draw my final lines aggressively. Like I would be very committal and then just find the line. Oh, hang on. So like right here, if this was the piece, right? If this was the piece, I would just aggressively draw these lines and then be done with it. I don't even have my tablet on. Right. So like here, right? Yeah, I would just decide, oh, right. I would just decide on so I wouldn't like worry, I would commit to the lines. Now, this might look messy, but I would be rendering the thing too. So like if this was the sketch, then I would render it. I would render the stuff. And then because where I rendered the stuff, then I would understand where the boundaries are. So after I render, I would go back through it. However, if you're talking about like keeping the sketch as a sketch, it's a sketch. You don't clean up sketches. Like what I mean is you should keep the sketch the way the sketch is. Like so if we were like doing this, right? You would just keep the sketch as it is. You don't clean up sketches. At least I don't clean up sketches, because if I were to clean up the sketch, that means I go and render it. That means I'm already committed to rendering it. A sketch remains a sketch. That's pretty much what I was saying. Or what I was trying to say. Yeah, we're fine. Here, okay. Okay, so you had a sketch, the same one as before, but you added more to it and reconstructed according to yours. Then you doubled the opacity to make it more present, added flat lines, added a couple very basic shadow highlights, and want a cleaner sketch. You don't want to do full line art because when you try, it just looks bad and it would take you a few hours. So rather, you want a clean sketch and then you can use rather than new line art. Then you would draw a new sketch. So you have a conflict of interest. You don't want to draw a new sketch. You want to combine the sketches without drawing an entirely new sketch. Yeah, you just sketch over the sketch. Yeah. Start a new layer. I already mentioned this, but all your like layer 1 first sketch, then layer 2 second sketch, right? Layer 3 third sketch. And remember that I mentioned that this will give you a range of motion, right? You have all of them on range of motion. So then you have all of them on top of each other. I usually use different colors sometimes if you want, like an onion, right? Like an onion thing. And then when you see all 3 of them, then you go and pick up your final sketch. Right? And your final sketch would be, you have decided, okay, I like certain parts of the first sketch, to the mod of the second sketch, to the mod of the third sketch. That's when you're drawing different positions. And what I mean by range of position is like range of motion is if you're constantly doing small modifications, you can bind them. What if you recolored your sketches? I mean, you can. It'll be somewhat easier to see. The other way is to keep drawing over the thing. Onion skins typically use like, it goes from like a particular color all the way down. So at some point, all the colors would kind of, otherwise you can do what other people do where they draw all over the sketch. So then the final sketch would simply be a transformation going from one to the next to the next. And then you eventually arrive at your final. I do the thing where maybe it might not work as well with like characters. Since like, for example, this window, right? You could sketch, oh, but I want extra things here. So then you would have one sketch. This is one of the sketch, right? You would still try to do the whole thing. That's the emphasis here. You still want to do the whole thing. What you're seeing is then you're seeing the differences. So let's say you want to make this a little bit larger the second time around. Whoops. I can't do mouse movement straight up and down. So like, you want these a little bit larger. However, when you have both of these on top, you're like, okay, so where's my line, right? It's kind of like when someone does this, where eventually when you line up all your sketches, you're gonna have fat lines. There's gonna be so many lines on top of each other, but I'm just making them thicker for illustration. So eventually, if you drew like 10 sketches on top of each other, it's gonna look fat, right? It's gonna look thick. Your eyes will tell you, you're gonna look at it and your eyes will tell you where the perfect line is. It's gonna be here. The best line of these. So what I'm saying is, you have to do your sketches with intent. So instead of doing one sketch where you're like unsure, which most people are unsure, so they do like these sketchy things, right? Like this way, where they would line all of the lines up. What happens is, in a different way, is you do one sketch, right? And then the next one, now you start a new layer and you do a new sketch. Oh, this is the same color as the background, so. And if you're still not satisfied, you're like, I want the I want the dress to be a little bit more flowy. So then you do another sketch. Right? And you're like, maybe a little bit more. And then I want the shirt to be like a little bit. Right? So then you have 4 layers. And when you look at it, you're like, oh, okay, I see where I'm going with this. So then you would eventually finalize your sketch. The reason why I say this is a different way to go about it is because you're not finishing your sketch. And the point is to try to finish the sketch. So you're going into the habit of drawing with intent. Drawing with intent and completing them. And not that, why is completing them important and drawing with intent? It gets rid of undo. You're trying to remove the habit of undoing the thing. So you're gaining more experience over time drawing the whole thing over and over again to completion. So when you're drawing a balloon, right? Instead of undoing this, you just follow through with it. This is intent. So regardless of the line, I'm drawing with intent. And then I will go and draw it again. I'm like, all right, well, the balloon, I like the balloon shape to be more like this. And you're like, okay, that's not as great. So let's go and draw it again. Maybe something like this. Right. So the idea is I have done the whole sketch 3 times over without undoing. So then I have committed to the sketch. So that's the thing I was trying to describe to you. You're trying to commit to the practice of completing your sketches. Now, this, if you don't like drawing on top of each other, the alternative is you draw them next to each other. So you start with your balloon, right? Which is what the cube thing is, right? So if we drew a box, right? That's one of the sketches. And other people do this. All right, well, let's try that again. What if I drew it this way? That came out all right. Like, even the way you sketch can end up being different. So you can either practice to do it the same way. Notice that I swapped up the order that I wrote the lines in, the stroke order, right? The stroke order changed up too. The idea is that if you're not practicing how to, I'm doing them all different ways, right? So the act of practicing the thing, you can see that I drew the same box. You can think about it as, oh, I don't like the way the box looks. But when you do sketches, you will start to also develop different ways to draw the same thing. So you're going through your hand motion of drawing it. So literally, I swapped up all of my stroke order, like a kanji, right? Kanji and Hanzi. So less undo, but also more repetition on how you're drawing it. That creates your muscle memory, right? Like your hand gets all the practice. If you constantly do this, so like the difference is if you constantly do this and undo, this and undo, this and undo, this and undo, right? If you do this and then undo, you're practicing only, so let's say this is the completion timeline. What you're going to end up doing is, so this is the entire timeline of your drawing. And if you undo, it's going to look like this most of the time. So much of your practice is going to be at a beginning point of an idea, but you lose out on all this. There's going to be a bias. So then you can't, if you're wondering like, why do I keep undoing and I can't seem to like draw full objects right away, right? The idea of, you know, I keep doing the tree thing, right? Right? Like, why is it always feel like you're doing this? Like, why does your art constantly look like this, in my opinion? And like, this does, like, you can still do both of these things. Like, you can achieve the same thing, or reasonably the same thing, both ways. The one thing that is going to be substantially different is this takes less time. So you have to get used to drawing whole sketches of things, because sketching is not going to be the final thing. Sketching is, you need to get a rough idea. You need to get quickly a rough idea of what the whole thing looks like. So if you're constantly spending time only visualizing one stroke at a time, like this, and then you're undoing all of these, it's always gonna feel like everything is constantly disjointed. Like you're only gonna work on this little thing down here that looks like this. Like and then you're wondering what that is. Like, I already did a longer stroke than you would typically do, right? And what is this? Like, what do you think this is? Well, it could be, right? And he's like, well, that doesn't look like a lot, so. Right? That's what I mean. Like, if you're not finishing the sketch, it looks noisy, but it's intentional. All of the stuff becomes intentional. This is just a very jagged, like worn down, like shoveling device or something, right? And I did it with three major strokes, and then a bunch of line detail. I just like put parallel lines and then some sketchiness, right? That's probably the habit that I would say that you may want to develop your way. Did you tell me yesterday that the one thing you did for sketches was helpful? If not, it was. Oh, okay. That's good. I would, like, this is not going to make it dramatically easier at first. I would say the goal now is that you're having problems starting and finishing sketches, right? Like, one of the two things that you constantly talk about is starting a sketch and being satisfied with it, and then finishing it and leaving it as it is. One of the major things that I gather, I don't have a sketchbook myself, but one of the things that I gathered from the lack of sketchbook, or the purpose of a sketchbook, is to complete the composition. You want to complete it with intent, and over time you hear that thing where the scratchiness, right? Like this is how I describe it to my I'm describing myself back in the day. Like, draw a circle. This is probably how someone would draw a circle. Probably you. You would probably draw a circle this way. And what I mean by that is I'm not undoing though. And you might be saying, oh, well, you're more seasoned. You probably do this. And then this. And then this. And then this. But what happens is you would undo it. I'm not hearing you out. I already know what you're going to say. So this is this and this is the same. What's happening is that you have acquired the skill to make longer strokes. And that's good. Like, what I'm saying is that's progress. Now the question is, where do you go from here? How do you get from this to from to this? So like, I did this with one stroke. I didn't stop here. And if you're wondering, like, well, that's a rough sketch. Yeah, it's a sketch. So what did I do? I understand where my contact point is. I understand where my lighting is coming from. I understand where my bright spot is. And I have the rough texture of the thing that I'm going to do. So then when I go to render this, I'm going to render it, and then I will clean up the line art. Because the sketch has to be quick. So, like, this is my sketch. And I tried to do it with one stroke. Just hold down and do it with one stroke. Now, can you do it without this? You can. Like, I'm not saying you have to. The idea is this gets you to a point where you might find it useful, where you're going to complete sketches and you see rough things, but it looks pleasing. As in, like, you might say, oh yeah, that's so oblong and stuff. It's like, but the thing I see in my head, what this is eventually going to become, is pretty darn good, like, in my head. But you're gonna have to work on it. The thing is, you're doing a sketch right now, so sketches have very different purposes. Usually from here to here is what I would consider as when someone's starting to begin. This is the beginning, so they're very unsure, and then you become a little bit more sure of yourself, and then you become very sure of yourself. And sure doesn't mean confident or arrogant. It's more like you're drawing with intent. So you have more of the idea stacked in. You have to do some thumbnail sketching in around 10 minutes after finishing the design. Thumbnail sketching is one of the quote-unquote... thumbnail sketching is definitely one of the activities that people would use to... And you're trying to increase the thing. You're not, like, it's different. Like, I'm not saying I'm really good at this either, because when artists do it, like people who are professionals who have done this many times over, their sketches look like this. This would be their sketch. As in, when they pan over once, they would roughly draw all of this out because they've done it so many times, and they modify it very quickly. Because their maximum volume, like their max volume, their small unit this is my small unit. This is as much as I can do in one go, like immediately. less than 30 seconds, I can draw an object, where the shadows are, where the highlights are, what is the rough texture I want, and that's it. It would take me less than 30 seconds to draw something like this. Now, some like artists who are professional, like people who draw people all the time, their sketch would end here. Like they would immediately go through that sketch and then refine it later, right? And it all starts with small strokes. The thing is, I feel like when I'm looking at how you're sketching, at most it stops here. And the reason why I draw a circle is because circles are complete. You can't tell, like when I watch you draw, when I'm watching you draw, your strokes are like this. Like these are your biggest units, right? So things like this is like these are all your biggest units. There's not much beyond these units. So in my opinion, one of the things that might be keeping you from feeling satisfied or thinking about your pieces as a whole, you're thinking in smaller units. So of course everything's gonna feel like it's incomplete, and your picture, you're not zooming out and looking at big units anymore, right? Like, so right in the beginning this would be something that's atrocious, right? You're not looking at bigger units, but eventually with practice you can start looking at them as bigger units. So then you have the full range, in my opinion. Then you would have the full range of, I can go as big as I need to, I can go as small as I need to, as opposed to constantly being stuck on, quote unquote, the details. Like you're constantly stuck on the one line, or adjusting this part, constantly adjusting this part over and over again, when you haven't had the whole thing, the form down yet. I think that's kind of the idea. You want to try physical paints again and sketching on papers, so it'd be worth undoing less? Yeah, okay. Whatever like may encourage you to undo less. Personally, for me, layers is what makes me undo less, if you were talking about the digital thing. So like layer 1, I did work. Layer 2, I did more work. So your idea is the idea is to accumulate work. And obviously you want to keep in mind, not all work is treated equal. If you're only repetitiously doing the work, that's like SRS. Layer 1, I'm doing work. I look at the work and then make layer 2. I look at the work, I look at layer 1 and layer 2, and I make layer 3. As in, I'm analyzing, I'm looking at my previous work, and I'm learning from my previous work, right? So layer 1 leads to layer 2, layer 1 plus 2 leads to layer 3. So you're keeping track of your work if you're doing digital work, right? This is a great part about this, is leveraging your digital art. So like when you write a sentence, for example, is for language learning, I feel this is one of the undue problems in language learning. You write a sentence, right? And you correct typos. But the typos aren't recorded. So an exercise for understanding how to develop better sentences, in my opinion, or develop better ideas, is you write the whole thing, and then remember that in digital you could track changes. So you track the changes. This I've done when I was doing professional writing. So when you track changes, it's going to highlight and tell you what the new thing is. Highlight, new thing, highlight, new thing. So what happens is you can see your work. And others, when you're asking for feedback, others do the same thing. So when you give your work to someone, they will revise it. However, when they revise it, they will have markings on it. So your paper will be marked, as in graded. All of your errors and the suggestions are shown. So then you can learn from seeing what you did and what they added. Now, if you're doing it alone, when you're writing a sentence, like here, you write the sentence out and then you write it again. You're gonna see the differences between the sentence. Like this part is different from this part. And then you ask yourself, how can I write it differently? Then you write a new sentence. You might combine the two ideas and write a better sentence then. The problem with digital texting as well is, and I see this a lot, people delete their old message and write a new perfect message, right? That to me is someone who erases and pretends like they didn't make the mistake in the first place, right? Now, for writing and publishing, that is a habit that you have to have, where like when you publish the final thing, you want it to be the final thing, right? However, when you're interacting with someone, it's not like you can take back what you said. So, for example, speaking is very similar. Someone will never speak unless they get it perfect, right? That is certainly a mentality when you're in public. You're trying to be perfect, right? You're trying to speak always correctly, like not try to embarrass yourself. That fear is good, right? However, when you're practicing, when you're with yourself, right? With yourself, or with a practice partner, you're trying to keep track of everything. So you want to know where your mistakes are, where your weaknesses are, or what you want to improve. So you unapologetically, you commit to practicing. So if I'm gonna speak with a teacher and I need to practice my Japanese, I would commit. There's no reason not to commit to it. So you commit and you say things and you record them, or your teacher would record them, and then you would adjust them as you're going. You don't wait until you say the perfect thing or think of the perfect thing and then wait and wait, because you don't get work done. No work gets done when you sit there and wait for the perfect thing to come to you. You're not practicing, so there's no practice happening. That's what I typically talk about in not just drawing. So this, now we're talking about language learning. If you're not practicing language learning, like making the errors, making the mistakes, and seeing that you're making the mistakes so that you can learn from them and see what you can adjust, observation, you lose the advantage of output. Output is supposed to also inform new input. You see the errors that you're making when you record them. If you erase them, you'll rarely ever see them. So for me, because I'm learning this way, right? Like I'm sharing how I'm learning online. Like when I'm reading this stuff, I am literally doing it. I have to I have to encourage myself to output so that I can literally record or observe the errors I consistently make. And even then, it still requires other people's feedback, because speaking is tenuous. Speaking has to be recorded in a certain way so that you can hear yourself say the things. So whenever you ask a communication specialist, right, a communication coach, what is the surefire way to improve your communication skills? Record yourself and listen to it, because it's the work you did. So then your work informs your next work. How do you get rid of filler words? You record yourself, reflect on where your filler words are, and determine what you're going to do next. So speaking requires recording too. Your layers in your digital artwork are your sketches. They are a recording of your work. So more layers should require more sketches. Now, the thing that I'm concerned about is your sketch aren't complete. You're having trouble sketching. Usually when people think about sketching, they have to put in more work. So more layers equal more work. However, if you can't complete one sketch, then it's likely going to prevent you from practicing more work. If you're having problems completing your sketch, it's largely because you're not getting to complete your sketch more often. So you want to find a working routine that gets you to complete more sketches, so that the completing sketches doesn't require so much effort. When you want to say more sentences or complete more sentences, you also want to complete more sentences, regardless if you make an error, because you're practicing right now. When you practice, you want to see where your errors are. You're like, I know it feels bad for a lot of people where they constantly think about, I have to speak perfect, or they decide where the perfectness has to be. When I'm practicing and studying, which this is ironic, a bit like a special case, because I'm recording myself doing this. So I am unapologetic of my errors. The whole point is to demonstrate that over time I improve because I am committing to it. And the irony, the contradiction here is I'm publishing something. I'm publishing the process of making errors from practicing. So when I reflect, when I summarize my things after 100 days, for example, every 100 days I summarize. That's what everyone else is doing. That's what I mean by the internet hustle culture. The internet gives you videos of people who already did this. They spent hundreds, thousands of hours, right? Doing all the layers, all the sketches over and over again. And what they give you is a summary, immaculate, curated, edited version of all the time it took to make that 15-minute video. So that 15-minute video represents hundreds of hours you don't see anymore. Like, you don't see any of that. And what I'm doing is I'm doing all of that. So during the time, like you and I right now, this very moment, I am practicing something that I spend hundreds to thousands of hours explaining. How to get someone to practice because you know a lot of things. Unfortunately, without practice, there's no execution. So you have no output practice. You get lots of input, but output, in my opinion, is disproportionately longer. It takes a lot of time to consistently output something. It feels like you're not learning a lot because you're not learning anything, right? The difference is you need to output to trust the process of getting better through practice. Input feels great because the intellectual side is really good. Learning new things is like doing new things, making new things, creating new things. It's dopamine centric. It's wonderful for the brain. Practicing takes away the learning new thing part. It's doing the similar thing over and over again. So it's up to you to demonstrate or get a routine where you enjoy doing that somehow, like some way. For me, it's I love seeing the work done. I like seeing that I've recorded hundreds of thousands of hours of practicing N5. That's how I do it. Other people have different reasons. They like to see their change over time, or they wait to the final product. They say that the 15-minute video that they made is enough. It's all the reward they need to remind themselves that they spent hundreds and thousands of hours, that final product. So they learn how to manage it. They learn how to encourage themselves, like, yes, that pie in the sky, that's what I'm looking for. I'm willing. It's, for me, it's every single day. It's the day to day that it brings me reward. Every video I record that shows me making a mistake or working my hardest, it will come to light. And then at the day 100, I get to do my 15-minute video version. It's more like a 3-hour, 4-hour version because I practice a lot of things. So to condense down hundreds and thousands of hours to 15 minutes, I'm still struggling with that. So typically I do about 2 hours and 3 hours. And maybe one day I could get it down to 15 minutes. The idea is I am recording the work. So what does my work look like? Well, you see me. This is what my work looks like. What does it look like after 100 hours of curating, editing? Well, it's going to be something published, neatly written, right? Organized, and probably typed out. So that's what it would look like when I start to summarize 100 days. And that's not what I'm doing right now. I'm improvising. All of this stuff that we're talking about here is improvising. And it might sound pretty organized still because I already practice all of this stuff. So even in an improvised state, sketching, even though I'm sketching out this idea, so the stuff that I'm talking about is a sketch, the sketch becomes really decent, largely because I practice almost all of it on a daily basis. So over time, it's going to feel like it might be worth it. It's not everyone will think it's worth it. Do you want to get better at sketching? Some people say, no, I don't care. I don't want to get better at sketching. I prefer to get better at editing and doing the later stages. If they are happy with it, they can get better at many different parts of the art process and dread certain parts. Like a person who makes wonderful art could hate sketching for the rest of their life. If the whole process, the whole thing is rewarding enough to let them continue doing it and it works out on their own, they might hate sketching less over time through practice. That doesn't mean they're not going to stop hating sketching. So like, for example, I talk about speech, right? Someone would say, I don't like speaking because it makes me nervous. And you, when someone asks me, they hope that someone who doesn't appear nervous while publicly speaking ultimately stop being nervous. You know, they hope that there's a secret sauce to being not nervous publicly speaking. And for me personally, I would tell them, it's not that I stopped being nervous speaking. Through practice, I've learned how to manage it and use it to my advantage. When I become nervous, I know where I need to practice. Right? The nervousness doesn't go away. The practice helps secure the nervousness. So wherever I'm nervous, it's a signal to me, hey, maybe I should practice doing this. And I consistently remind myself, if I'm practicing on the things I'm nervous about, then when the time comes, I can still execute on being nervous. So like, I get nervous before I give a presentation or a seminar. I remind myself, yeah, but because I'm nervous here, I know that I practiced. So when I go out to do the thing, the nervousness disappears when I'm doing the thing, right? So that's kind of the same as here. If you have practice anxiety, or if you have practice anxiety, you already have you're going to have performance anxiety. is a foregone conclusion. So when you're practicing, you have somehow, in your own way, you have to find out practicing is good. Like, how is it good? You have to answer that for yourself. For myself, I like showing work. So when someone says no one is watching you do hundreds of hours of practice, right? And I'm like, that's fine. I'm not doing this for you. I'm doing this for me. If you want to wait until those thousands of hours and then watch me summarize the thing in 2 hours, then go watch that, right? Go watch the 2-hour curated film. If you don't like the 2-hour thing, maybe in 3 years, I'll give you a 15-minute video. And that's the video that most people will watch in the future, right? That's what a viral YouTube video is. That the one video that makes your career, the one video that summarizes thousands of hours that you can't see. So that's what I mean by when I talk to people like other content creators, if I have the chance, or like other professionals, this is what you typically talk about. What people see and what you relate to with a greater audience of professionals, and then what your closest friends are. Your closest colleagues and your closest friends, you talk about this. When you talk about interdisciplinary, like if you're an artist and you're talking to an animator, you might be talking at the level of this. And then when you talk to all your audience and the people that consume that don't do your job, this. They'll only talk to you at the superficial level, like the level that they can understand, the level that they can empathize with, the 15 minutes they spent watching your video. That's the amount of empathy that they can provide. And if they just so happen to work in your field, right? If they so happen to be an animator or something adjacent, they can talk to you about how it takes a couple hours to do things. And then if they just happen to be your coworkers, you guys share over hundreds of hours together. So this is the level of empathy and understanding. And you can't substitute for this. This is the human experience. This is the work. So whenever someone tells me, like, man, dude, it's going to take you forever to get fluent in Japanese. And my first thought is like, yeah, it is going to take forever to become fluent in Japanese. How long do you think it takes? Someone would say, well, it only takes 15 minutes. This guy, I watched a 5-minute video and I practically know everything in the video. And I'm like, that's great, right? Like, that's a good starting point. And they would say, like, what do you mean a starting point? I already know everything in the 5-minute video. It's like, yeah, it's 5 minutes. That's 5 minutes of work you did, or you think you did. Now you're going to multiply that by 100,000 times because you need to put in the practice. What that video can't describe to you is all the years and time you're going to use that skill. So my attempt in doing these videos is to show at least part of it. Like, what does it look like the day in, day out? So, and I do it with a smile and high energy is because I do a lot of work. Now, do you get a lot of results? Well, results come when they come, right? Like, they happen when they come. Like, every so often, every 100 days, I can produce some results. I could tell you about what happened in the last 100 days. So your sketch is very similar. That's why, you know, you hear people always talk about their piles and piles, right? Piles and piles of sketchbooks over the years, right? Piles and piles of sketchbooks. I have, for one of my pictures, one of my Inktober prompts, I have piles of references. and you do too, right? Like, and then piles of work. So all of the things that you put into doing the digital artwork and whatnot, you have to keep track of it. The idea is you're putting in as much work as possible from beginning to a wherever satisfactory point. The emphasis here is it's a satisfactory point. It has to be satisfactory enough to be sustainable. If it's not sustainable, then the really cold hard truth is it's probably not for you. Like, you want, if you want to draw for a lifetime, you have to be able to satisfactorily begin something and stop somewhere that is satisfactory enough to be sustainable. Otherwise, seeing yourself doing it for a lifetime is going to sound like a nightmare every single time you go to do it. I can see myself doing this for a lifetime. It really, honestly, most of the time, since I start and stop, right, wherever I designate when I do skill building, I can see myself doing any skill from start to finish for a lifetime, generally speaking. Now, you could challenge me and say, what skills do you think I won't do for a lifetime? Skydiving, extreme BMX biking, high performance sprinting. There are plenty of skills that I would say absolutely not. So these, I choose skills that I know when I start, I get to choose when to stop. And if you're you're trying to build this, right? A younger person has to build, you're trying to build your ability to say, I'm going to start something and I'll take it to a satisfying conclusion. It doesn't matter where it is or what nature it is. You simply have the confidence to understand that if you commit to something, it will have a satisfying part of your journey. Not where it's going, where the result is. You know that doing the thing, you're going to keep going and do things, and eventually you might find something even better. Right? In fact, most of the time they would say you will find something even better, because life's a journey, so you keep going. So your drawing could lead you to animation, and one day you end up in a graphic design artist for an advertisement firm. You just don't know where that's going. The idea is you can keep going. So now this goes all the way back to sketching. Sketching, it starts with starting, right? Starting, and then finding a satisfying conclusion, and you build up from there. So one day is going to be sketching, and then the next day is completing paintings every single day, or like completing paintings whenever you want, right? Bigger units, more holistic. You become more cultured. It's going to feel like it's more cultured. So this entire idea, think about it this way. How many times do you think I have went from someone's idea in the discussion on stream, connected back to the language learning, and then end with a life lesson with a personal anecdote that I have shared? How many times do you think I have done that? And then ask someone, right? Ask someone like you, or like a 20-year-old or 22-year-old, how often can they get a question on live, draw all this thing, lay out all the examples, create a flow of coherence, talk about it, make it relatable, and then present it and end it there on cue, without saying let me think about it, awkward pauses, right? That's practice. So I do that on a regular basis, and I also have to remind myself to be sensitive because other people have different skills. Speaking with this type of organization is something I have practiced quite a lot. Others barely could hold a conversation after saying hello, how are you? And then when someone asks them a question, they run off and have problems because they are afraid of entering a pleasantry or a casual conversation, right? And we're not even talking about language barriers at the moment. We're talking about behavioral barriers. So that is where I work, because then you can use your skills to try to encourage other people to see if they enjoy doing that. So where someone can barely speak a sentence, ask a question, and expect a sentence back in which they prepare an answer for that, I do that times 1,000 on a daily basis. So that would be a testament to my personal skills that I really enjoy doing. So for you, it could be drawing, and you can you can dwarf everything that I'm talking about in drawing one day, because you're going to put in all the work and you're going to enjoy putting in all the work and also be rewarded with all the work. The time you spent on a skill would eclipse the time I spent with a skill, which is why I like the idea of work. Sometimes things can't substitute for work. You finish the character design, you think you're happy with leaving it as it is, that's good. And you can always draw again, sketch it in a different pose, sketch your character again. This isn't going to be the last time, at least I think, this is unlikely to be the last time you're going to be doing all of that. So you look forward to it. If you're happy now, the next one, you're going to be happy then, and you're going to do it again and again and again. And the idea is, hopefully you find a way to say, I'm looking forward to the next character design overall, right? I'm not saying the entire process is going to be happy. I assure you, there are wonderful, really successful people that say, I absolutely hate this part of the process. But they do it in order to get to the part they really enjoy. So like a lot of people tend to choose things after the hard part. I typically do the same. I do the hard part first, the part that I don't like the most, to guarantee that it's finished. Then I go and do the parts that I enjoy. So over time, the hard part it's guaranteed to get less hard because of repetition and practice. And then the rest is like rewards. So what are my rewards? The sketch is still the toughest part. Like the conception is the toughest part for me. The rest, that's the fun part. I get to like pull out my favorite brushes and then do whatever, pull out my favorite colors or like the color I'm feeling and seeing if I make it work. That's my fun part. The composition and the sketch part is the toughest, which is very relatable to a lot of people. And by coincidence, it's the first thing I do. So I generally put the hard part first. Now, if you're more of a person who wants to ease into it, there are other people who take the work up to something, and you have to determine if you're that type of person. Do you work up to something, or do you just hit it hard when you're fresh and then work down to something? Or a mix of both. Oh, now you're drawing this character in a full 20 to 30 minute hour plus lighting study with a background. Okay. I gotta start somewhere. Anyways, now let's get back to this. Right. So, we were translating this, right? That's what we were doing. So today, this is my son, right? And my son's name is Sam. Oh, or no, this is my children. Sorry, kodomo desu. Or these are my children, because you have to infer the plurality. How would you know if these are your children? You wouldn't unless you have context, which is we know that these are our children because if you're in the situation, you would see more than one children or child, right? More than one child, so you would have children. And then this is you can always wait, right? Someone says, "Oh, watashi, watashi no kodomo desu," right? You don't know if it's plural yet until the next sentence, which when you're listening, you can confer that. So it's watashi no kodomo no mae wa samu to kyan desu. Kyan desu desu. So Candace and Sam. So now you know that it's multiple. It doesn't necessarily matter if you don't know if it's multiple yet. Even if if you're blind, like if you don't see it yet and someone's describing, you're waiting for the details, right? You're filling in the details you're going. I think one of the things that are a little bit problematic with or like can be uncomfortable for contextual based language when someone is speaking like in a descriptor language, especially English, they want the details as they're going. So in English, you would expect that the person said, "These are my children." Right? Like immediately they would expect the person to say, "These are my children." However, if this is the first sentence in Japanese, it simply says, this or these are this is my child, or these are my children. You don't know which one yet. What you're supposed to do is you wait. So it shouldn't be uncomfortable because what you're expecting is they're going to provide context of whether they have more than one children and more than one child, right? Do they have children or do they have child? And that's active listening. You have to listen to the motive of the person, which I think you can still I do in English as well. Generally speaking though, the people that I speak to don't do that. They wait for explicitness. So when I say like, "Oh, my day is going fairly all right." And then the person who hears me say that, they're going to expect me, right? Usually they should expect me to say, "Oh, he's going to tell me about something good coming up," because it sounds like it's a lead-in to explaining what the day is. However, because of the way the internet works, most of the time, if the person who's listening or reading, they wait to see what is being explained to them. They're not inferring that it's coming. I do. I speak with intent. So if I say, "I'm having a great day," I'm going to tell you about my great day. Or I'm going to tell you something that makes the day great. That's what you're anticipating subtextually, because you require context of why did I say I had a great day. There's an explanation coming or something like that. There's a flow to the conversation. However, when my experience with online discussion, it's more like everything is made as a statement, which English tends to sound like a statement. And when you make a statement, it ends there. There's no subtext. There's no discussion. It's a statement. Like, Persona is a great game. What does that sound like? That sounds like a child learning English for the first time, where their thoughts require more experience. Not a good or a bad thing, inexperience, right? A child doesn't have more to say yet, or they haven't gotten into the habit, an inexperienced person, and we're talking about childish like mind, like an inexperienced mind, haven't got into the habit of wanting to say anything deeper than that, right? They're still working on it. Like, they said Persona is a great game, and they infer a lot of it. So they're hoping that when they say Persona is a great game, the other person knows exactly what they mean. Like, Persona is a great game because it has a great story, It has lots of social links. It has great character design. The music's great. That's what they're saying when they say Persona is a great game. They haven't learned or become experienced or practiced to express all of that to another person. So for myself, when I'm speaking, I'm going to do all of those things in order, in my opinion, to encourage people who have problems expressing themselves to hear it, to see it, right? Like the whole input theory. The idea is if you can input and demonstrate by experience, you can have an opportunity or offer them an opportunity to say, yeah, you can do that too. Like when you say Persona is a great game, you can literally take the proactive nature of describing why you think it's a great game. You don't, sometimes the other person, you could make a excuse like, well, I need to know if they care. So I asked them the question. It's like, why do you think it's a great game? Like, can you tell me something that makes the game really great? How do you define great? Can you explain to me what makes a game great? So I do that to offer the opportunity for the other person, or like try to encourage them to subtextually or contextually provide information for me. I could assume all these things if you want. That would be discouraging the thing that I feel is necessary to communicate between people. If you don't explain things and you don't practice explaining things, then you don't get good at, you won't be comfortable with explaining things. You might not like it, but at least you will become comfortable through practice. Usually you end up hating it less or becoming comfortable with it or liking what it can do, which is to be able to express contextually. So if Japanese is something that gets you to do that, I'm all for it. Like if you're encouraging someone to listen in Chinese and in Japanese because they are more context-based language, you have to listen for the rest. Otherwise you're disjointed. You have a disjointed expression. Like you can't just say, like, if you don't want to sound confusing, if you say これは, watashi no kodomo desu, like, all right, so this person either has one child or multiple children. Why are they saying that? Are they going to tell me something about their children? Is that what's coming up? Because you're going to have to listen for it in the future. In English, native speech, sometimes you get so when you know something, right, especially at a younger age, you get de-incentivized to want to explain anything. That tells me that your English is underdeveloped. Not that you're deficient, like you can't do it. It's that you didn't practice doing it. You don't practice explaining anything. So even in English, regardless of how explicit it is, that doesn't mean your communication skills improved in English, right? Like you're trying to do more with your English. You're trying to do less with your English. Basically, say less and hope more, which produces less control. Like, it's a great game. And then someone says, oh yeah, I really like the repetitive combat. And then your response is like, oh no, that's not what I meant. Like, how could you not know? How could the other person know what you meant? You didn't say anything. And then it would be the other person's fault for misunderstanding you. That's what happens when you lack human experience and sound like a child, right? A misunderstanding comes from your lack of explanation as well. It's a two-body problem. The other person misunderstood, so if I'm the other person, I would apologize. I'm like, oh, I'm sorry, like, you simply said it's a great game, so I thought that something that I like was also something that you like. Can you explain to me why you think what you meant by a great game then? Right? So instead of making the assumption nowadays, I would ask before I share my opinion. So typically when someone says, hey, I really like learning Japanese, and then I would ask them, in what way do you like learning Japanese? Can you explain to me some of the activities that you enjoy and tell me how they make you feel about it? What do you do very often when you're learning Japanese? So, when all the assumptions that I have to make about them, I keep them in my head because I profile people, right? I do profiling. So I could take a guess at what they're going to say, but I'm not going to phrase it like I know what they're going to think or like or desire. Why? Why? And then you start wondering, why does this sound like Japanese? Because I'm from a Chinese background. Usually Chinese is contextual. So inferring about someone is risky. Even if you think you know what it is, like the likelihood, it's like, oh, if I use statistical corollary data and presumptions about behavioral patterns to profile this person, I can say a statement to assume what they're desiring. That's impolite. You're taking a risk. You can embarrass yourself, so you don't do that. What you do is you follow up with questions to demonstrate that you're interested in what they have to express, and you ask questions to confer your suspicions, right? That's different from prejudice and discrimination. Discrimination is acting on that presumption prior to confirming it, right? So when it comes to public decorum in Japanese and in Chinese, you ask before assuming. You can still infer what you think from experience, however, you still have to confirm it. Meanwhile, when in westernized internet, it is inferred and presumed. People make statements about other people. I'm not saying you can't do this in English. Like, English is perfectly capable. I literally demonstrated by asking questions. However, that's not the common cultural behavioral process of speaking. You make a statement. You're like, I like Persona games. They're great. And then the other person's like, I like them too for the music. Right? That person said, I like them for the music. Or it's like the other way another person would say is like, yeah, the music's great, right? So you're inferring, you add the right in Japanese to be emphatic, and it could be you're insisting that maybe it's a shared thing, right? So ne, right? However, in English, there's not that subtext. There's not that subtext literally in the English. Someone says Persona games are great, and then the other person is like, the music is so goated. But then the other person is like, no, the social links goated. The music is like mid. That's what happens in English. There's a presumption being made. There's a statement being made. The person who's expressing don't express it with enough detail, and they don't accept it with enough detail. So when they say Persona games are great, they have to understand that that includes all the possibilities. The music, the social links, like they would have to expect, because they only said the game was great. That doesn't explain anything, right? It explains their feelings, so to speak. It explains their overall feelings. That includes everything the game has. So when they talk to the next person, they're expecting a response. That response could be about anything about the game. That is great. And what you would say is, oh yeah, the music, I can see where you're coming from. The music is fantastic to you. I think the social links are also really great. So now you're communicating with each other. You acknowledge what the other person said because you did not explain what great meant, right? The alternative is, if I'm the other person, I would ask what they mean by great. And then I can relate to them by knowing what they meant. So that's elevating communication skills. You're trying to think of subtext and contextual nature of what someone said. That's required for Japanese. You could argue it's not required for English. However, I would argue it's more of a cultural thing. So if you're so used to everyone always being on the same page, and what happens when you're not on the same page? Well, your English is going to be deficient, right? You're going to complain about how you can't resort or resolve debates or resort to compromises so that you can find a common ground. That is where English falls apart a lot of times, because most people don't use the subjunctive mood or, a word of conversation that allows you to negotiate and talk about, oh, I see what you mean. My bad. That was my misunderstanding. I really enjoyed the music in Persona. I figured that there's a high chance that you may also enjoy the music. And obviously, because of what you said, I feel like you were like, I misunderstood you, and I was a little bit presumptuous about the music. You seem to be referring to the social links when you said the game was great. I don't know if you might have considered that the game is also composed of the music, the characters, and the presentation as well. So that may be things to be considered and discussed next time, right? So that's the subjunctive mood, right? You're talking about possibilities and certainties. How do you sketch something that will have significant lighting and a background? What do you mean by significant lighting in the background? Pick a dark thing, I guess. Pick a dark thing and a light thing. And what I mean by a light thing is pick a thing that light will fail to reach, and pick a thing that light will reach. So like if it's a ball, that this has significant lighting. This light won't reach, or unlikely to reach, and this light will reach. So if you're thinking about a background, you think of it on a larger scale. So like this. So now you know that light won't reach here, or less light, and then over here, less light. Over here, less light. And then this side, light. So the light source is coming from over here. So these parts have less density, less dense. So that's how I sketch it. So just to show a quick sketch. So my sketch is the more lines that fill the volume. This is volume, by the way, like the other exercise in drawing. Know your volumes. So my volume is using white, right? Whichever I filled in. So these are all the dark sides. This is the dark surfaces. So dark surface, and then these are the light surface. So there's less lines here. And then the reason why I'm doing it this way is because this is 3D. So this part would be darker, these would be mids, and then the lightest part would be up here. So they would have like less lines here, for example. That's how I would sketch it. So if you're wondering if you want an example. So when I sketch, I use volumes. So all of this part is moderately dark. This is really dark. Right? These are really dark. This is lighter, goes to mid, and these are really dark. And then you can like, so these are mids right here, and then this is the edge, and then these are really dark. So this part is like really dark, right? And then this part is really, really dark. So then you know the sketch. So now you know your lighting. So this is where the lighting comes in. The other thing, how can you push the values and saturation while making it look good? You choose, honestly. Like, I don't know how. I actually have no practical answer to that. I know that as long as you push your values to near, for me, near black to near white. So like at the very edge, all of this would be rimmed. So the more subtle, the higher range, like the smoother the range, the more like 3D it looks, like the more realistic it looks. The sharper the sharper the contrast, like the bigger the leap. If you go from like this like if you jump from super black to like instant white, this is cell shading. So it's kind of like Genshin Impact situation where like it's a huge contrast leap. That's where you get like comic book stuff, where you have places that are incredibly like Persona games are like this, where you have huge leaps of contrast. So if you have like, here's your shades, right? You have this shade, and then your midtone is like, and then you go from this. So these are your volumes, right? You went from a high volume to a midtone that's like half of that, and then you went to nothing. This is like super contrast. This is poppy. And then if you did something like this, where you do where now you have a smoother transition, so you have like the full range, but it's very subtle steps. This creates that little soft realistic thing. Soft realistic shading, right? And you can apply both of these. Now this would be it would be like soft lighting. Now you can combine these in different ways in your background to create significant lighting. Now the thing is, you're saying, how do you make it look good? In my opinion, when you have dynamic range, personally, if you're talking about lighting, the range of the dynamics makes it very interesting to look at. So if you're going, regardless of your steps, like how big your steps, if you're going for like a poppy contrast one or a soft lighting one, the dynamic range accents the light. So if all your light is one value, like if they're all this value, it's going to look flat and uninteresting. Now, you can still do it intentionally, like cartoons, for example. Cartoons are all one shade. Like the face is all one shade. The body is all one shade, right? Like the legs are all one shade. So then you're relying on hues, as in the color, like this is red, this is blue, and they're all one shade. That creates flatness, which that means that you're not relying on lighting to be the interesting part, you're relying on something else, right? So to me, if you have dynamic range, lighting typically looks really interesting, or I don't want to say good or bad. It looks interesting. It's far more interesting to the eyes if you have a huge dynamic range. That's not the same as how it's contrast. So you can go from poppy, which I done both, where I would do only three types of three types of volumes, or you do the blending. This is when you need blending, right? You see all those like portraits and stuff, and they blend, they smooth out their range, but their range would still be big. Like, to create dramatic, interesting looking images, you are combining a large dynamic range with a very specific choice in how you're blending the things. For me, when you're doing like something like Genshin Impact or anime, it's this. Anime is using large leaps. It saves time, and it's also very sharp. Like one light straight down the middle. Air has two volumes, right? However, when you look at manga has a huge dynamic range. It has the same dynamic range, but it has a huge variance of density, like a huge variance of volume. So manga that's where all the time is, right? It has so many different steps. It covers the whole range of volumes. Meanwhile, in like animation, you have to save time, so you stepwise, and it becomes poppy. Like Genshin Impact, like as a game, or like Persona, the modern Personas, they use contrast-based dynamic range. However, they have the entire dynamic range, all the way near black to all the way near white. That's what makes it interesting to leverage lighting. Now, hues can offset lighting. Hues deal with the spectrum. So hues deal with this too. And hues can affect how dark something looks and how light something. I usually separate them because I pick a color and then I pick the volume. So like I do my volumes first, and then I just pick a color. That's usually what I do. I do volume before color. Or I can choose a color and I just operate the volume in that color. That's kind of how I go about it. So others can choose a color. Maybe they choose the color to figure out how dark the color is or how light the color is, right? That's very much the same. That's very similar. However, I think of the lighting first. I think of how dark or light something is going to be, and then I simply fill in the color. That's the way I would go about it. Some people pick the color and then find out how much white or black, in terms of the digital sense, how much lighter or darker they will become. So you can start with, I've done it too. I practiced that before. You can fill this in with a mid green, right? A mid green. You pick any green as long as it's like not dark, not light. And then I would pick a darker green down here. And then I would reverse and pick a lighter green up here. Then you create the 3 volumes. This is dark volume down here, mid-tone down up here, and I guess you would call it light up here. So then I created this contrast here. So if you then go grab your ball, right, and you're gonna make it a green color, I would pick something in the middle of these. So like here, color all of this, you know, the color block, right? Called the color block. And then where's my light color? My my light area is over here. And then my dark area is over here. Right? And then that creates the stepwise, right? It's a little bit messier, in my opinion, to do it that way. I think most of the time I would imagine the volume first. So my volume would be like this. And then I find the color. I would pick a color and decide when. I actually combine both of them on one step. So I would take this, and what I would do is I would find a green. So this would be the green. And I would start a palette. This would be the lightest green I would use. And then I would go down to about this green. So they would have the same hue. I don't know. Again, we're using squares and triangle picker. Like you said, do I use a triangle or square picker? I use a triangle one. It's the default in Krita. But you can use square. So square is, when it's vertical, is volume. So when you pick a color, right, on your slider, you pick your hue. This is your hue slider. I don't know that's what this is. On this little plugin, can you see this? Yeah, you can. Right? Let me make sure. Can you see this? Oh, no, you can't see the little box. Sorry. Hang on. Let me draw this box out. So the color picker in this plugin looks like this. Right? I don't know what type of... And the hue slider would be down here, which goes from like red to blue. Right? You have the same plugin? Oh, okay. So the hue slider, I pick a color down here. Right? This is an example. Obviously you can do it differently. Like I want green. So green is somewhere here. So I pick green. And then now there's a box here, right? Where it goes from, this is white up here. Right? White is up and left. Right? Up and left. And this is still the hue. So the hue is still going from here. This whole box would then appear green. So what I would do is I would pick a color that I like in the middle, and I would slide up and down from that position. Not in left and right. Do you fear anything outside of the top left corner? Yeah, basically. So I wouldn't even... I don't actually use this region. Like, this stuff, I don't use this region. In a square one. I use a triangle one, but the triangle one would be like... I use this region. I don't use this region. And then obviously the circle has that circle palette around here, right? You just use the top left. That would mean that you have poor dynamic range. If you only use like this quadrant or something, right? Oh, you split into 4 and you just use the, yeah, this means that you have low dynamic range. So what I would use is, like, you have to try to stretch. So when you say push, right? Push the boundaries, like push the contrast. That means you're running closer and closer to these edges, right? Like how the color you like is here. Whichever one. You can choose any color along here. Usually I just pick the middle. And then you're adding white and you're adding black. So you're adding more volume going down. You're taking away volume going up, technically. And then here, this does also affect volume. Technically, you're losing volume this way and you're adding volume this way. I usually just pick the center because the hue slider can substitute for that. So that's what the square technique is. Now, I still use this edge though. Well, I'm not avoiding this edge. when I'm choosing a color, I'm not using this part of the square. But when do I use these edges? My line art. My line art and lighting, edge stuff, and occlusion. My occlusion is in these parts. So shadow edges are occlusion. That's where I do it. And then reflective, specular highlights, I don't know how to spell specular highlights, and edge lighting. That's where I use these edges. So it's not I'm avoiding it. I'm not avoiding these things. It's I've already used them. I used them somewhere else. It's saved. I'm saving them. This is for filling in. So I use this region to render most of my artwork. I use everything outside for edge lighting, reflections, specular highlights, and shadow occlusion. Shadow occlusion is one of the darkest areas. Like they're nearly completely black most of the time. And then also completely black areas, right? Like where the completely light just doesn't reach, the absence of light. And then anywhere light hits the hardest, like it's the brightest thing, those are all reserved from the outside. And I have to do them in details. So those are my last steps. So I spend, 90% of my time in this area, and then 10% of my time is to touch and bring everything else to life, like specular highlights on water, or your skin being slightly oily and you're trying to add little dots of white dots because your oily skin is a little bit reflective, or a piece of metal, like light is hitting the metal and it's like all scratchy and reflective. That's kind of when. So all of this stuff is reserved for the last step, or like the like the really edge. So like here, there's gonna be there would be a rim light, like an edge light here. That is really, really white, like that special white. And then there's a really, really super, super dark part here because of occlusion. So those are the ones where I would use all the outside stuff. So I use everything. That's how you get the entire dynamic range. Do you remember that one anime artist you showed a few weeks ago where all the Mikus? Yeah. You want to do that with some form of rim lighting? Yeah. That artist is fantastic. Like the artist that did that, they have the entire dynamic range. And they use a smoother, when it comes to volume, they did the whole thing. Like they have a huge smooth spectrum, which takes a lot of time, right? At least in my opinion, it's an element of how awesome the artwork is, like how much time it takes, or not relative to me, but relative to them, because they could easily have taken just this part, and this part, right? Like they could easily just take this part, this really dark part, and then this really mid-tone, and then nothing, like maybe a little bit. And that could be their 3 volumes. That's when you watch like anime, for example. When you watch anime, they use this because they have other problems. Anime, like for animation, you need to make lots of them. Like you have to do this a lot over and over again, so there's not time to do this. Like in my opinion, if you're doing this by hand, this takes a long time. It takes exponentially longer when you have to make a lot of frames. So oftentimes, that's usually why anime, in my opinion, looks flatter. Now, that doesn't mean you can't have a high production line. And we're talking about hand-drawn. So we have to also make that. I'm not talking about AI driven stuff. Hand-drawn animation, this takes a while. Regardless of how good you are, you always have to do more because you have to encompass these parts too. Now, there are really excellent artists who try to combine both of them. So their method, which I don't understand because it deals with practical art and also understanding digital software and all that I'm not experienced enough. What they do is they try to do all of this while doing their texture work and their brushes. So what I mean is they learn to manipulate their texture and brushes so that they can do this while also coloring, while like doing them at the same time, where like a specific texture of the brush with a specific mixing of the color can do both the spectrum and the blending at the same time, so they don't have to go back and blend again. Or so the way they layer the colors, if they went from dark to light, the way the light and dark mixes based on their technique, they're doing both at the same time, which is what I do now for some parts. I don't, it would take more practice to understand what parts I can squeeze out. Like, it's very similar to sketching, where if someone draws a ball and then they draw the shadow, right? And then they draw the reflective thing, and then they cross hatch. They cross hatch, right? And then they rim light, and then they occlude. You can do all that, or you could draw that sketch that I originally did while coloring the thing. So like when I'm doing this, I did all of that. So I started sketching in a way that I don't have to think about all of things at one at a time. It will take more time. What I would do is try to combine them and make them more efficient. So this took much less time than thinking about 4 different things. Like, they're not 4 different things anymore. They're one thing. Much like language, right? This is one sentence. You can decide to think of it as, okay, so this is the topic, this is the pronoun, right? This is the possession, the person who's doing the possession, which is this is the object, right? And that is the polite marker. You can think of it this way, which takes you more time, right? More time. Or you can look at it as how everything is associated with each other. So the shadow, an object, when I draw an object, it has volume already because I'm imagining it in a light source. So they're all connected. So the moment I draw something, everything else is already determined. I've already decided what it's going to be, right? So then you don't think of it as multiple things, you think of it as one thing. So you just do the one thing. So your one unit is this. So whenever I see her, what would be her, right? It would be, there would be a volume here, there would be a volume here, right? Volume here, and then there will be a slight edge lighting here, right? There's edge lighting here, there's probably volume here, right? Because I'm imagining the light coming from behind the window and hitting her. So all this stuff would be darker, right? And then this would be definitely darker because of the occlusion occlusion, right? So all this part would be darker, and then I would have lighter parts around her so that the window is the only one. Now, we could then add another light source over here that's coming in over here. So then I would have to rethink because I can't think of everything at once. Then I would go back and maybe make this side a little lighter because now there's another light source. So I can right? So now there are two light sources. This light source is making this side even brighter, right? So then I could actually make this side even darker a little bit, but it'll still be lighter than this because the window is hitting her back. So that's what I would do in terms of lighting. So my lighting comes in multiple phases. I think other artists, what they can do is they can probably do all of these in one step. They'd be like, oh, you know what? All right. So overall, it's going to be like this to begin with. Instead, what I would do is I would start one layer and ask myself, what does it look like if that was the only light source? Then I would add a second layer. What would the lighting look like if that was the only light source? And then I combine them and make a third layer is the final light source. So like the combination of the two. That's how I would separate it. And one day, if I do this enough, right? If I practice enough, there's a chance I could do both of these at the same time. That's how I'm learning Japanese. So related back to Japanese, that's how I'm learning Japanese. I break it up into units that I can understand well enough with enough speed, try to combine them back, look at them. So look at them together as a sentence, right? And also look at them as parts. Eventually, I can also explain the parts of the sentence and explain the sentence as a whole. So now I'm in the part of my Japanese where I can explain the contextual meaning or expectations of the sentence while at the same time still can explain the fundamental parts of each of the sentence. That's how I typically systematic. So I don't lose the ability to do this. Like I can still explain the separate parts, like we were explaining the hue, right? The hue slider. What I think the hue slider and the luminous slider is doing, like the box and the triangles, I can still explain the parts. When I go to do it, it's going to be all of them all at once. It's going to be the fastest way to do it. Like when I'm picking a color, all you're going to see after hundreds of hours of drawing is I pick a color, I do it, I pick a color, I do it, and it's done, right? I'm not going to be telling you, oh, okay, so the first step is I find the center, and then I do a 20 density slide, like a 20 unit slide up and a 20 unit slide down. That's how I used to do it. I mechanically used to do 20 units up, 20 units down, etc. Like we talked about this where I say you can literally pick my colors if I explain to you exactly what I used to do. Now I do it all at once. So I just pick a color, pick, I look, pick, and it becomes intuitive, right? Because I've done it many times over. So sentences, then paragraphs, then Japanese is very similar. Like I still do this method. I look at something like this. So I look at a reference, right? I break it down. That's usually what you refer to as an art study, right? When you're doing an art study. Then I take what I art studied, right? The components, do them, and build them back up. So what happens is you break it all the way down to here and you build it back up to try to get too close to your reference, right? So you take a sentence. If you're looking at native content, I break them down as much as possible to known parts. So I practice my parts. And then when I take those parts, I build them back up and see what's missing. When you break them down, you also know what's missing, right? Because you'll have stuff that you know and stuff that you don't know. When you build it back up, you'll have something missing at the higher level, like at the emergent level. So you do both directions. I think most people, they work in one direction. And whenever someone keeps saying native content, native content, native content, they only think one way. That to me is narrow-minded. It's incredibly naive to think that thinking only goes one direction, in my opinion, personally. It makes people not understand the foundations either, right? That's usually, it leads to things like the native fallacy, native speaker fallacy, where you've come to understand the whole picture the entire time, but you can't explain, you can no longer explain the parts that make up the picture. And that's the details. So oftentimes native speakers, right, or people who are very complacent, who gets so used to looking at the bigger picture and doing things simultaneously and intuitively over time, they are no longer able to teach or explain things when you're trying to piece together things, like you only have parts of the picture. So whenever we're talking about sketch, to take it back to the very first digression about sketching, when you look at sketch, do you see this? Do you see this? Or do you see this? Oops, accidentally hit my right click button while holding down. So which one do you see? Right? You could see this. That's fine. It still captures the idea or some other idea. You can have capture a bigger idea or all of the idea. Now, it's a little bit more deceiving than that because it's this, then this, then this, then this, right? And then this. So you see the parts. To get this is all of those separate parts, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 parts. This is one thing. And this is like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Right? So that's what I mean. And then you still have to add like 1, 2, 3, 4. Then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Right? They're all separate parts. So it takes a very long time. That's kind of one of the things about why it's great to look at the native reference. Because when you're breaking it down, you only have to go as long as you need to understand it. So this would be the default. This would be the least challenging, most intuitive way to learn something. You stay as close to the native source as possible. So a paragraph or a conversation, and you hope that you can only break it down a little, to the point where you can still save time, right? You can reduce the amount of time you're using. That's usually the least path of resistance for older people. Older people use their intuition to start at the most native thing and break it down, which requires the lowest amount of effort. Because it's efficient. You're getting the closest to the thing. You don't want to unnecessarily break the thing down. That's what efficiency is. It's unnecessary. For myself, it's not that simple. I like seeing the different parts. Now, that means that I use more time. Do I get anything from it? Yes, I do get something from it. Because there are things that this skill is important for. There's things that this skill is important for. What you're having problems with, Mika, is solved by trying to look at it at a bigger picture. What some people who keep looking at the bigger picture and can't tell the details, right? If they don't pay attention to details, this is the skill that you want, right? When you're trying to solve a problem, for example, it requires both these skills. It requires the ability to look at details and the ability to look at the whole picture. And oftentimes, when there are difficult problems, they tend to emphasize details because it might be very similar things. Very similar. And the only way you can tell the difference is to look at the slightest varying forms of detail. In fact, these things are so subtle that in science, what you try to do is you try to create exaggerations in order to make the effect visible. So they're so subtly similar or confusing that you have to design a condition in which the details become very obvious or as obvious as possible. So, but you have to observe those details before you can make them obvious, right? So that's usually a different skill. So oftentimes when you talk to a native person, their explanation of the details is lacking because they already have the skills to do it. They already understand things at the necessary level. So when you're asking someone for advice, you're asking a instructor, a teacher, as the most ideal case, because the teacher will still have to do these things. They will still have to practice looking at separating a student from a B student from a C student. Like, they have to be responsible. They are constantly responsible for spinning the same thing and looking at the variances between them. A native speaker does not. Like a person who doesn't teach, right? The teacher could be a native speaker. That's perfectly fine, right? Like that's a difference. If you ask any native speaker, they might not notice the details anymore. So when you have a problem, the likelihood that they know how to solve that problem is unlikely. What they are going to tell you is just do the thing, forehead. Just read more. Just do the task more and it'll solve itself. It's not that trivial. That's what happens when you rely on people who don't do the whole process. So that's usually my pet peeve about someone who says, oh, I've been working in electrical engineering for 30 years. I know how to solve your problem. Like, well, if you do, then like that I'd be surprised because it would imply that you spent those 30 years teaching people, right? Like you have been teaching people, right? Like it's different from doing the task for 30 years and becoming expert at it versus you spend a lot of time helping people, teaching people in those 30 years. Largely because the problems you encounter might be different from the problems other people encounter. So if you spend 30 years, in my opinion, you are more likely to be unable to help someone. So, for example, I grew up with 2 languages, right? Or 3, even. 3 languages, right? Someone else grows up with 1 language. So I often say that my advice, you have to keep in mind, this may affect my problems that I encounter. So how do I help myself? How do I make myself more helpful? I observe people who grew up with 1 language and then try to learn from them what the problems are. That's the only way I'm going to be able to get some experience. A native speaker who doesn't help people, who don't help people and spend time observing people, they will think all their problems are translatable to the other person. It still might be true though, right? Like coincidentally, it can still be true. There are fundamental truths between problems that people encounter. However, this could end up making them blind to the problem. Like, for example, a rich person can have difficulty understanding how a poor person make money. Their advice is dependent on if they understand the situation of the poor person. If they are natively rich, I know how that sounds. If they are natively rich, they may give advice that it's not relevant to the poor person. Right? So you have to understand whether that person knows what it's like to be poor and know what it's like to be in that state and what resources they have, or else they could give you advice on which you don't have access to anyways. That's kind of like someone saying, hey, how do you play, or here's one that I'll give an anecdote for this. Someone says, okay, how do you get a awesome stream? And then the person's advice is spend $10,000 on a good camera. To a person who literally doesn't have a cam. Right? What this person is saying could still be true. Like a $10,000 camera, that certainly would do something for the stream in probably a positive way. However, this is what you call out of touch. And when someone is native and they are always taking something for granted and they're not in the avenue for providing advice or understanding other people, like an awesome streamer might not have time to concern themselves with people who don't have cams. Like that might not be their interest. If they offer advice, it is up to either the person to be aware or the person who doesn't have a cam to be aware that their advice is irrelevant. Or maybe they have to work their way up to that. So getting advice for language is very similar for that. And that's how I filter people's advice. When someone comes at me and tells me about an M2 thing and I'm still working on N5, I'm like, thanks for the heads up. I will think about it later. Right? That's usually that one topic earlier, that it's kind of like sketching. When someone tells you like, oh yeah, how to get good at sketching, never chicken scratch. I hear this quite a lot, especially like people who share or comment on TikTok, right? like YouTubers commenting on TikTok hacks for drawing, because I want to understand where I was watching them because I was understanding where artists are getting their tips from. And then I'm watching a professional who I agree with, or like who I learned a lot from, and I was watching them talk about where other people are getting their tips from. And then one of them is like this whole never always situation, and it's like never always, in this case, never chicken scratch. And I'm like, okay, but you have to understand that what if the person already does it, right? Like a beginner chicken scratches. So how do you get from chicken scratch? Like, what is a way to encourage a person to go from chicken scratch to lines? And then lines to form, right? And form to volume with the same lines. So now we come full circle. The whole idea of the sketch thing is to build up your sketch. So your units are getting bigger. You're building up to it. What I trust, Mika, that you have done most of your time with, which is what I think of as the native fallacy, is that you, like most people, look at the big picture and they're trying to break it down. And they're having trouble getting to where they start. So the problem is the chicken scratch, the lines, the form is not getting to the native thing. And when you're looking at the native art studies, you're having trouble getting back here. So at some point, you have to converge the two. So that's, so chicken scratch, or the details, so to speak. The details going this way, the final product going this way. And the vast majority of people that I understand online, on the internet, they go this way. They try to go this way. They look at the final product and they think they're smart enough and intelligent enough to break it down and take it to the other end. Break it down to its parts. And meanwhile, what they're doing is going this way. So what they're inputting is going this way. What they're outputting is going this way. And where I see the problem occur is when this way is here and this way is here. And it leaves a gigantic gap here. This gap is what I'm focusing on. So whenever I ask someone, when someone describes me the problem, so what's the problem? Describe why, how. You're here. You're already done. You already know why and how the problem is. You're going to describe it. And when you describe it, you're going to give me a bunch of details that I can try to break down. Now, then I ask you, okay, so what are you doing? What are you doing about it? You probably heard this many, many times. Every time someone describes me a higher level problem that they see, that they thought about, completely rehearsed, and constantly already rehearsed in their head, like, I already know what the problem is. Here's all the description. It's at the highest level. And then I'm trying to get you to break it down, because then I'm going to ask you, what are you doing about it? And that's when you have to build the problem up. You're building the solution, right? You're saying, okay, well, I'm just going to sketch more. And I'm like, okay, well, sketching is going in the other direction. You're going to see things as it's trying to get to the actual product, right? and where does it stop? Because when you're doing something, where do you stop? Is at the gap. It's at the edge of the gap. And then when I ask you, what do you see? When you show me a reference and I ask you, what do you see in it? Like, how many things have you broken down? And you're doing that, and your edge is at the gap between where you're doing things and what you're seeing. So this is also language. If your gap of what you're seeing is too far from what you're doing, then there's no there's no there's no adequate connection or association for learning from each other. You can still learn within the things. Like, if you keep seeing more things, yeah, you can learn more from seeing. However, to connect your doing with your seeing, they have to eventually overlap, right? The more overlap it gets, that's where the click happens. What you're doing is clicking with what you're seeing. And that's what you were describing. Every time you say, hey, when you draw something, right? When you draw something, does it match what you have in your head? Right? So now here's the trick. Here's the really asterisk part. What I think is in my head, I have an acceptable range of what I think I can draw. The concept, Mika, that you keep telling me is you want to do exactly what you see, right? You want the full 9 yards. But hear me out. This is what I think, this is what you want to do. You want to do something to exactly what you see in your head, right? However, whenever I ask you what you see, you only get this far. And then when I ask what you're doing, you only get this far. Most of the time. So there's a huge gap, and anything I've said about sketching and stuff is try to close the gap. Now, I have an extra layer here. What I see, this is acceptable. Not this. You only find this acceptable. And when I do something, I find that most of this is acceptable. So what happens is what I see, I continue to increase the flexibility of what I see, and what I do, which is satisfactory, right? Satisfactory. I can often achieve overlap. So I don't actually aim at exactly what I see. I aim at what I think I can reasonably break down and do. So that means that what I see what I can do. Perfection is something that I don't see. Should you aim lower? Not really. Not the way I want to say this. So when you see something, think about all the things you can do. It's not all the things you can see. You know what I mean? Like, for example, I look at this and I'm like, you know what? Yeah. But what if her dress was different? I mean, we could like adjust her dress. Maybe it's just like a spiky one or something. The idea is you're trying to create enough flexibility where you're not aiming directly for what you want, what you see. You want to be more tolerant about that. You can though. Like, obviously you could aim for perfection. That's perfectly fine. You can aim to replicate exactly the thing all the time, And if you're motivated enough, right? Like I'm not motivated enough to do that. What I can see is, all right, so I'm pretty sure I can roughly know what the shape of this shirt is. That's fine. I know what the shape of this shirt is. That's fine too. The idea is if aiming for something, so yeah, like if you're aiming lower, if you're thinking lower, then you're thinking perfect. I'm aiming for, when I'm starting to aim for range. So more things are acceptable, not that it's any lower than it, because your last piece might be different from the piece you're looking at. Like for example, if I go to redraw this, it's not going to look identical to, it's gonna look like what I want it to look like, plus this. Like if I redraw this, it's going to look different from this. It's gonna look like this. Like all the parts are gonna look like this. However, I'm aiming for incorporating all the things I understand, and maybe one day if I want to be if I really want to reproduce this, maybe I'll try to do that. The idea is if it keeps you from doing, right, connecting to like do and see, no comprehension, right? If this is not maintained, this is comprehension. You're trying to work with comprehensible input, CI. Like obviously this is taking it, this is a bit of a stretch, but the whole idea is you're trying to meet what you think you can do slowly, and what you see you're trying to get as close as possible to bridge the gap of doing. So you can work both ways. Your art studies are supposed to encourage you to gather as much things you can understand, right? And then within those things you can understand, you can pick up new things. That's the same as doing. What are you doing? All the things you understand already, and you're trying to meet all the new things you have to learn, right? And see. Now, the thing is, when you art study something, are you saying you're gonna get everything? You're exactly gonna be able to do everything the moment you see it? Obviously not, right? It's gonna require practice, and even then, you may never feel satisfied to get here. For the record, I am never aiming for this. Like, or I have to tweak my word. I'm aiming for this. I don't ever do it. I try. At least in my opinion. So like, I see something, I aim for it. However, my product is going to be either past it or around it. My product is going to be around it. It's not lower or higher. That's not like lower quality or higher quality. The idea is it's going to be different. Or it's going to be acceptably different. As in, it could be better, it could even be worse, right? Like if you want to aim for lower or higher, it could be worse or better. The idea is that the range is higher so that it's accommodating what I need to know. And when you're thinking about lower, you're basically talking about focusing on doing the thing, right? And I would agree. So you could, in your definition, aim lower in order to make sure that you're keeping it within something that's comprehensible, right? That's usually what the comprehensible input means. Your competence and your ability to do the things will go so far. If you leave a huge gap between what you can do and what you can see, this gap it sucks everything. It sucks fun, so to speak. Like it's a fun sucker. It's the gap. The gap is what makes everything so miserable, in my opinion. So the idea is you're constantly making sure you're studying something, right? You're studying something like native. You're studying something that you're willing to be able to, which is arbitrary, right? Like I can't tell you what the details are. It's kind of like, hey, how do you learn Japanese? Read classic Japanese literature right away. That's not gonna help. I mean, you could try. It's still possible. All right, I'm not gonna say it's impossible. It's highly improbable, right? That's kind of like a baby. How do you make a baby into an adult? Just tell the baby adult stuff. You think that's gonna work? I mean, it's possible. It could work. Right? You can just straight up. I mean, what is reality? What happens if you give social media to a 3-year-old? What do you think is gonna happen? Do you think they're gonna learn how to moderate social media, or like figure out that the world isn't revolved around people who are perfect? Like, no, there would be a leap of logic. You would leap somewhere. There would be gaps. So that's kind of what I mean. Seeing awesome artwork, right? Like I absolutely love watching. I'm very spoiled. Like, at least personally, I only speak for myself and other people, not other people. I think there are so much awesome artists and creators nowadays because of how the internet exposes you to them, that what you see can create a gap in understanding. And because of that gap in understanding, you try to do something with a failure to understand how big the gap is from what you're seeing, right? So if that gap is sufficiently large enough, it will feel hopeless, right? Or in other words, this thing. So the bigger the gap, the deeper the valley in the valley of despair. And if you're stuck down here, then you can never realize what you see. Like you're rarely ever gonna get there, right? And this is what I'm talking about it this way because sometimes it can help when it's framed in a way that is understandable. So I'm literally doing the doing and seeing thing. If you can visualize or like understand that there are things you can do now, try to see the things that bring you closer to what you can do versus what you can see, and use that to get closer and push what you can do. So you can slowly push what you can do over time with practice, right? You can't aim for something that you can't possibly see all the things. And what I mean by that is, here's a comment that someone, Mock, made the other day. Mock saw this and it's like, oh, is that AI? Is this an AI drawing, for example? And my first thought is like, And then I asked, what makes you think it's AI? Right? Because I haven't really thought about that. It didn't cross my mind right away. However, the Mock said it with such certainty. Like it was very obvious. And my first thought is like, is it obvious? So then I start looking at the lines and I'm like, I can see some details that would suggest it's not AI. And then some details that would be like, yeah. And then I would agree with them. It's like, certainly AI could be trained to do this. Now, in the context of now the bigger picture, right? The context of Bunpro and all the reflections and how this is connected with this, right? Does that make it less likely to be AI? Well, you can constantly argue that AI can do this. So what I'm looking for is the human aspect. So is there something that wouldn't obey statistical averages, right? Like statistical normative things. Well, I can tell you that if you ask an AI to do this, I think the sketch would actually look even, it would have a glow up, so to speak. So I'm not entirely sure if AI would go about combining this like type of facial expression with the context of Japanese language, and then using app design, and then deciding to not fill in some of these details, right? So there are very particular things about the bigger picture that would make this less likely to be AI, given the bigger picture. Now, can it still be AI? Absolutely. What I'm trying to think about is what I can see and what I can do. So if I'm a human being, right, I'm thinking about all of the things I am able to do. Like if I drew this and I'm making a lesson on this, how much work would I want to do in order to depict this, and how much work I want to do up here versus here? Like what are the corners I would cut? What would be the logical minimalistic representation, or do I want to go super heavy and hyper realistic or something like that? And typically, if I want to say if this is an AI product, this product would be extra ornate. Like there would be more detail in a sketch like this, because an AI does the statistical average. It would do the most appropriate, if not what they think is a decent sketch. Now, there are things about this sketch that feels like they're cutting corners, and not cutting corners in a bad way, but more in a human way. And based on what they've written up here, it feels like there's a concordance of enough information, right? Alternatively, a human could have taken this prompt, maybe, and injected into an AI, and would you think that they would come up with a sketch based on this prompt? That would be an interesting task. Maybe people who are AI engineers or something, you can see if you put this prompt into, like, say, hey, ChatGPT, can you draw a prompt if I gave you this dialogue, and would it come up with this? And then you can say, well, that's not fair. You can edit the prompt. You could say, draw it in the style of a picture book or something. I mean, that's where I made the argument to Mock that sounds like having someone to draw this who read this would be still lower effort at the moment. So we're taking the human route of lower effort. I would say that it would still take a while to curate the corners that are being cut here. Now, you could say, all right, well, this person is just lazy. They probably just put this in and then accepted whatever the AI does. All right, then let's think about all the other, now more context, right? Let's think about all of the other diagrams that hold consistent things. Do you think that that person went out of their way to have the AI store this style and then replicate the style over time with the varying dialogue that's being presented here? Like it fluctuates. Like these prompts fluctuate. So you could make an argument like a human decided, just get the AI to generate different things and plug them systematically without order, because you could argue like, oh, this feels haphazard, right? This type of prompt is different from the structure of this type of prompt, which is different from the structure of this type of prompt. What are the chances that that would happen with an AI product? Hey, ChatGPT, can you deliberately make 2 or 3 lessons with the following points and make sure that they are deliberately different in style from each other while also maintaining the illustration the same way? And you might be thinking, like, what's the point of this exercise? Well, I'm doing what I'm doing because I know how to do a lot of things, and I'm seeing a lot of things. So until I get to this point, I wouldn't know, right? Can you replicate this? So that's the whole idea of when you try to confirm something from something else, can you do it? Can you output enough things to confirm what you're seeing? So that's on the level of thinking, right? We're doing thinking skills now, like problem solving skills, as opposed to artwork. So that's what I was doing. And I was doing that, 5 or 10 seconds after Mog said, "Is this AI?" And my first thought was like, okay, well, there are things about this that makes it very human. Like AI, you could argue AI would do a better job or a more consistent job at the moment. Is it better? That's a different story. The topic was whether this is AI, and AI being inferred as a bad thing. So all you have to do is infer that it is a human thing, right? My counter argument was, all right, now I'm looking for human aspects. So let's see what human aspects are there. Well, one human aspect is that there is haphazardness in this stuff. Like, these things are random to some extent, but they're random in a way that it makes sense or acceptable. They are randomly acceptable for how lessons work. So I would be more inclined to say that there is a human behind these things, because AI is very consistent. They tend to be systematically consistent. Once again, it takes more effort for a human being to tell an AI to be less consistent. So the argument here is, would you do work and present work that requires extra work to be sloppy? Like to be humanly sloppier? I don't know. Personally, I like that imperfection. I like human imperfection, or like I like human variance. So whenever you're always like drawing something and you're aiming for perfection, it's not as interesting to me. Like personally, obviously you don't need your motivation to draw based on my expectations. When I hear someone say, I can draw this, and then they show me the identical thing, my first question would be like, how did you do it? Because no matter what they decide to say, it's probably going to be different from whoever made this or what made this, if you're arguing it's AI. Those AI, how they do this is going to be different. They're human. If you ask an AI how they're going to do this, they're going to do it the same way. Or they probably don't even describe how they do it. I actually don't know what happens when you ask ChatGPT, how did you make this? A human would tell you, how did they make this? So if a human say, oh, I just plug it into ChatGPT, then that's how they did it. When I ask another human, they say they can draw it. If they plug it into ChatGPT, then it's probably about the same. If you're an artist and you did this, they would describe a different process. If you ask another artist how they would do this, another human, there would be probably a difference. There's enough things that make it variable. That's what I mean by it's less likely to be AI, largely because there's more variability in quote unquote, the process. Whether that is better or not is different than whether it's human or it's AI, right? And in my opinion, when you have AI, you have perfection, you have input only lifestyle choices. That creates the very similar behavior at the core of most people's problems. You always want to see to replicate, not see to learn. You're seeing to replicate every time. Like, greater than 50% of the time is to see to replicate something, not see to learn something. So when you're studying something, in art study, I said this before, if you're using the word study to me, it involves learning and practice. And when someone tells me they're art studying something, they're actually doing neither of these. They are not studying to learn something. They are not studying to practice. What they're studying for is to copy. And now the copy deals with learning, so it does contribute to learning, but it's not sufficient for learning, in my opinion. And I talked about this before, where to me, learning involves carrying it through to practice. So it has to lead to practice. So when you learn something, it leads to doing something that ends up bringing it back to what you learned. So the do to the see, they have to overlap. That's when learning happens. You're doing the learning through the practice of something and the learning of something. So together, that's studying. So if you're looking at an artwork and your first thought is, it doesn't look identical, I don't understand why, then you haven't learned anything. So you can choose to practice and see if you can learn something from practicing. That's doing, right? And this is seeing. Or you can try to learn more by trying to see what you can do. So you can look at more of the person's work and see if you can deduce something, right? Deduction is a learning, it is a doing process, seeing more things. So, I don't know. I think oftentimes whenever I ask someone, how are you studying? They're like, oh, I'm studying by repeating exactly what I saw from this person's YouTube channel. And my first thought is like, so what are you expecting to gain from repeating them? Like, what is it teaching you? What are you learning? And they would repeat the same exact thing the YouTube person says, right? And I would ask, what does that mean to you? Like, are there any things, like, can you put in your own words? Can you put it into the context of what you're doing? From what, like, can you connect what they're suggesting you do and what they're claiming it does? Have you learned that connection yet? If you haven't, then it hasn't clicked. The clicking. So, okay, I've digressed quite a lot about this, but it is about language learning in the long run. What I described is nebulously how I approach learning most things. Like how to learn a language, that's what I do. I try to keep on working on what I can do, keep on seeing what I can break down based on what I can do, and then the stuff that I can't do are the stuff that I need to learn. So as long as I can do enough things to learn what I can't see, then I'm learning something. It's comprehensible input, right? I need to be doing enough from what I see. Remember, the gap is fine. Like, the gap is what you're learning, right? And then some. The thing is, the focus is that if the gap is too big, you may never learn it. It's like it will feel like it's far too off reach, and that's one of the axioms that people keep telling me about CI. Your I plus 1, well, the I has to be greater than a certain amount, because the I is proportional. You're hoping the I is proportional to what you can do. So if you can do most of it and understand most of it, then going beyond that is a learning process. You can learn something that's adjacent to all the things you know and can do. This is also another assumption where if you're competent in something, you're insisting that it is proportional to what you can do. So in artwork, I treat it the same way. I look at an artwork, it's the most awesome artwork in the world. And my first thought is like, what can I do? Okay, what can I understand right now? I can understand how that light works. So let's go and work on that light work. I'm like, all right, I think I'm pretty good. I got that part. Now let's go look at something else. And then something else. And it doesn't, you look at one aspect, sort of, and then you see it everywhere in the artwork. And then now you go and look at another artwork and it's like, oh, wait, this is from a different artist, but I also see the same aspect. So then I can start doing that, right? Like, if I can see and I can also do it, I can practice it. And then eventually, let's go back to the old artwork and man, all right, now I'm seeing this stuff. But then eventually it fills in, right? Same here, same deal. I know sketching is so hard. I mean, would it be crazy to tell you that there are some people who say sketching is the best part? Wait, vertical? I didn't even notice there was an option for vertical. Oh, man. This is what I meant by, like, Mika, when I was talking about the cam placement. The cam placement, yesterday. Yeah, vertical. This is how a lot of times, this is how I read Japanese, actually. read it from right to left, vertically. That's why the cam placement is down here. Right. Because all the stuff would be over here. They would be towards this direction. Anyways. Actually, I like reading it this way because of reading it from left to right is I don't know which I prefer now. Alright, anyways. We'll conclude for today. It was a good opportunity to talk about what the overall goal of how I learn. Yeah, I rarely ever do something way out of my reach. So the question is, how competent are you about that? The thing that I disagree about CI, or the thing that I'm concerned about CI, or like people keep talking about CI in a way, is that CI doesn't tell you how competent you are. Like, how do you measure competence? Because you can see a lot of things and you can think you know you can do a lot of things, right? But how do you measure this? You can measure it by trial and error. Most people try trial and error, right? That's and how long can trial and error take? It can take 1 day. It can take a lifetime. It's trial and error, right? The ideal case is over time, you can narrow it down through experience. So you have to do a lot. The more you do, the more likely you're going to be able to know what your competence level is. So yeah, trial and error requires time. There are other ways to measure your competence. That's through the collection, right? The collection of related skills. So I'm 40, right? And the people I talk to are typically younger than 20. So with double the amount of time, and it's not double the collection of skills, it's exponential. When you are a teenager, there are lots of other things other than collecting skills that you're doing. When you become an adult, the volume goes up because you become specialized in what you're doing, so your efficiency dramatically goes up. So it can both hurt you and it can increase and decrease depending on how it is. For myself, when I'm speaking for myself, I escalated learning skills. So like I continued to learn even more skills when I got older. There are adults who decide to learn less and less skills, as in they don't think they need more skills over time. So you might actually learn less when you become older. And the reason why that's relevant is because the people who learn less could also be the people who are trying to learn a language for the first time again, and they need to learn how to learn again, like, or want to learn again, or understand how to learn again. And when I'm talking about people, I'm talking about people who hate high school, or hate thinking differently. And you might be thinking I'm describing normal adults or like monolingual adults. No, I'm not. I'm describing college students a lot of times. Or I'm describing people who think they're too good for college and think that they're very competent because they watch a lot of anime. Or they watch a lot of native content. Well, the biggest dependency is we're talking about learning now. Learning equalizes us all, in my opinion. Learning capacity is something that can be achieved by every human being, which is what I emphasize. However, it is equalized by practice. So if you hate high school and you think you're too good for college and you're too competent to hear other people's thoughts and perspectives and thinking and engage in arguments and discussions and conversations, you rarely have the skills that measures your competence because you're not challenged, right? If you spend most of your time isolated and parasocial relationship, and only listen to people that think you're right. You always think you're right. That is not a measure of competence. You would not know what your competence is. You are always right. How would you know what your level of competence is? Being always right doesn't tell you what your level of competence is, especially when it's parasocial and isolated. You're not compared to anyone. You don't get challenged by anyone. You have no feedback. You avoid arguments, you avoid disagreements, and collaborative efforts and alternative thesis and methods, right? So you don't learn that. And how do I determine that I'm talking to someone like that? They speak like they understand the world at an age of 19. I don't think at the age of near 40, I could possibly still comprehend the truth of the world. Like, I sit here, and when an 18-year-old tells me, ironically, when an 18-year-old tells me they understand the world, I'm still curious about how they understand the world, because I don't know for sure if they understand a part of the world that I don't understand, right? Like, when an 18-year-old says, "Oh, my life is not interesting. I don't know anything," and I would ask them, "Where are you from?" And they say they're from India, and I'm like, "I don't know anything about India. Tell me about India." That's for those who are curious, right? The other person would say like, "Oh, I know everything about Americans," and I ask them, "Where are you from?" And they're like, "I'm from, I don't know, I'm from." Sorry, someone's gonna catch a stray. "I'm from Australia," right? And I'm like, how do you think you know everything about Americans if you grew up in Australia? I'm genuinely curious, because they could be right. I know quite a lot about being American because I was raised in the United States, right? However, I could learn something about what Australians think at that age about Americans. And if it coincidentally lines up, then that actually means they do know, right? So there's always skepticism in favor of the person and also against the person. All of the above. So for me, I try not to stay isolated, parasocial, and think that I'm always right. Because without curiosity, you don't know what your competence is. You would overestimate your competence most of the time. When someone gets asked and they're isolated and they always think they're right, when you go to do something, they will constantly, or consistently at least, more consistently overestimate how competent they are. So whenever they go to tackle a task like learning Japanese, I know what SRS is. I watched 100 videos on how SRS works. And then I asked them, "Can you explain to me what that looks like day to day for me, an Asian American, and tell me and frame it in all the things that you spent hundreds of videos explaining?" Go right ahead, because for me, I want to know that. When you say you watched 100 videos and now you know everything about SRS, that doesn't tell me anything. It tells me that you said you did something. It didn't tell me you understood it, right? So I will give them a task, and if they can do it, then I'm more convinced that they can. If they just say, "Well, just go watch the video, forehead," I'm like, I'm not talking about if the people in the video understands SRS. I'm talking about you, the person who claims to know about SRS, to tell me what to do, right? I would not be that bold. I would typically tell them, "Hey, I watched this video, and based on what I understand about the video, here's my explanation," right? Like when someone asks, "Hey, did you see video A?" And I would say, "Oh, I saw it. Here are the ideas that I think I remember. What are your ideas?" Right? That would be someone who understands that they're always measuring their competence. Not someone who said, "Oh yeah, I saw it. I already know all that stuff. It's kind of boring. Like, I've heard it all before. It's fine." And then the person who asks is like, "Oh, can you tell me what are the things you heard?" in that video? Can you cite the stuff so that I understand what what makes it feel like it's all the same thing? It's like, hey, I would respond, you have 2 or 3 hours, because let's go and break this down, because I can probably highlight the particular things that make me think that I've seen this video before, if I were to claim that I understand the video, right? And then the other person would be like, yeah, you know what, that's okay. It's like, oh, that's a shame. I want to tell you what I learned from the 30-minute video. It takes me about 3 hours to break down what I think the 30-minute video is, but we could learn something from each other. And then that person, if that person's like, hot dog, let's talk about it, like, I found a friend who is very competent in understanding things. Now, if the person is like, nah, chief, it's not that deep, yo, like, all right, then low competence it is in the thing, right? The video they watch is low competence, not that they're incompetent overall, because they could know other things. It's just they didn't care about the video that they asked me they saw, right? It's kind of like when someone asked me, this is my favorite show, I hope you can watch it, or you want to watch it, or like, I suggest you watch it, and then I watch it, and then I will have a lot of things to say about it. Now I would go back to that person. Now I say, hey, I did watch it. It's interesting. What are your thoughts about episode 1? I thought it was a great way to tackle the consequences of tragedy and trauma with an impact, providing the essential motivations for the main MC to precipitate all the events that follow after. Do you think that is a major motif throughout the show? And if so, I have a couple examples, but I'm kind of curious what your major theme is from your first episode. And then that other person's like, I just like the show. I mean, it's not that deep. And then I will know, right? Like, it's not a bad or a good thing. It's more like, then I'll know their level of competence, as in what they wanted from the show. So in the future, I will know what I'm going to say to them. Now, that doesn't stop me from explaining things to encourage them if they want to do what I want to do. Like, for example, if I show them how fun it is to talk about interesting things about their favorite show, that also may encourage them to want to do the same thing, and they might find a newfound way to enjoy their favorite things. So, language learning. Why do I yap? I'm trying to make language learning as interesting as possible by showing people why I think it's interesting. Like, I could sit here and talk about language learning, and someone could say, yo, dude, this guy thinks he's good at language learning, and all he does is yap 100. Like, meanwhile, he yaps 90% of the time and don't learn Japanese. I actually had that in the beginning. Someone literally made a meme out of one of my videos on a Reddit forum when I was using Duolingo, right? And because this guy was so prejudicially stereotyping me because I started with Duolingo, that said that I don't learn anything from Duolingo, they thought that all my yapping doesn't contribute to my understanding of how Duolingo works, so I can learn from it. Well, that happens, right? And what I understand from that is that person's competence was focused on something else. And for myself, this is important. You have to understand that if you are not interested in the discussion and the meaning of what you're doing, it is very difficult to do something for a very long time. Drawing tab will stop working. You're never getting this. Why is your drawing tablet not working? How does it stop working, Mika? All right. Anyways, that's a long digression. It's relevant. I try to make it obvious that's relevant. All of the stuff from sketching, drawing. I'm going to be drawing soon. In October. I draw every single day in October for Inktober every year. and it's going to be inspired by most of the things that I've learned through the year. So it's going to be involved in Japanese and Chinese language learning. Usually my prompts deal with capturing memories of what I learned. So the things I learn incorporates most of the things I learn, and now I practice. So the stuff we talk about today, Bunpro and all that, the prompts and whatnot, they're gonna show up in other places, right? I talk about Persona because I'm playing Persona right now. So, and then I used to talk about Like a Dragon because I was playing Like a Dragon at the time. And to echo some of the themes that I've been asked often, like by Procall, what is my favorite things, right? What is my most memorable thing? Mika asked me about memorable things yesterday. Procall asked a very similar thing by saying what's my favorite thing, because they're related. It's about recency and frequency. So most of the things that are most memorable to me, and thusly also one of my favorites, is that any story or anime character I use again and again in different ways because they left an impact on me. The stuff that aren't memorable are also not my favorites because they are generalized and forgettable, right? Not necessarily forgotten yet, but forgettable. Like certain characters' names that do not have lasting impressions that I use very often. Like, for example, I rarely use the shy character archetype because I'm already surrounded by people who keep thinking that they're shy and introverted. So I don't need for example, Fern from Frieren. I don't need Fern from Frieren when I have other more impressionable examples of shy people. Literally, if I had $1 every time someone talks to me and then I try to get them to talk and they're like, oh, I'm sorry, I'm introverted and have ADHD, then I wouldn't need Fern or any other, like, per se. They would be lumped together because that's how I consolidate my memory. So the details I invest are the people, right? I understand that Fern could be seen as a person, but it's a piece of work by the person, right? So I would remember the artist and the writer, not the fictional character. That is my personal take because I don't have a encyclopedic memory. So I have to consolidate somehow, and that's how I consolidate. You don't know, man, software says 0 batteries, but the physical light indicates 100. Currently doing a fresh driver install. Works. You have to draw again now. Alright. Okay, I'm gonna take a quick break. It's 4 hours. I am going to have to push P3P again because I started late. I was really tired yesterday. We pushed so hard for getting to the end of P3P. So today I'm probably not gonna get there. I'm probably gonna try to sleep early and get there then. You want me to leave until tomorrow? No, not really. I wasn't expecting to get to P3P today, honestly. I took a nap today. I was tired yesterday. Alright, folks, that's a wrap for Bunpro today. We did what? We went over this reading practice and then halfway. We'll do more tomorrow. Alright, folks, if you're gonna watch this later, arigatou gozaimasu. As always, feel free to follow along, pick up Bunpro for yourself. You're always welcome. Come on by and yap. Again, there's probably likely case that Bunpro are discounted on winters, right? Christmas things. It's a little still far off, right? We're only a little over half the year, but I wanted to raise awareness if you're thinking about purchasing that sometimes there are discount prices or promos for Bunpro. So you're more than welcome to come on and buy and yap, discuss. That's where the learning happens, at least in my opinion, or at least having opportunities of evaluating one's own competence by interacting with people of different levels of competence on different types of skills. Until next time. 皆さんまたね。見てくれてありがとう. Thanks for watching. I'll see you guys on the next one. I'm gonna get up, stretch, take a quick bathroom break, and I'll be back for HanziHero. Thank you, thank you. Alright, folks. Welcome back, everyone. 欢迎大家回来。今天是第574天. It was day 574. Let's get right into our lessons. I'm still debating. Okay.
榜首，
榜首，榜首，roster. Oh man, roster. The captain on the wooden sign right in the basement. And show for head. Top of the list. A role list? Or the head of the roster? Oh, okay. Head of the roster. Gotcha. 他的名字在榜首。对，这首歌非还是非Oh no, it's the row. That's right, it's line up. 还在榜首. Dang it. That's a 50-50 on the Fei and the Pai. This is sucky. You have such a good vision for what you want to do, but you have no idea how to sketch it well. Do what you can. Do what you can. Go Pai, yeah. 他一直在榜首. Oh, yeah, at the top. Oh, it's 一直. Oh no, yeah, 一直. I thought it was 一直.
榜首，南昌，
Oh goodness, Nangchang, South Prosperous. It's a place. You either know it or you don't. 我去年去过南昌旅游。南昌是河西省的南昌。I mean whoops, that's 江南河。江西省。Is that another? Oh, that's a capital. Oh no, that's a province. Oh yeah, that's right. Sheng is being used as province. 我们在南昌吃了很多当地美食。What is 当地? Local? The region area? Interesting. Do you think scorpions will be active at 8 a.m.? I don't know anything about scorpions. Here's what I would think based on the things that I possibly could know. Scorpions I think of are desert things, so if it's a desert, they would be nocturnal because deserts suck. And scorpions don't strike me as things that would use vision in terms of like light vision specifically, so I would imagine that they are active at night. Let's go find out about like different scorpions. Scorpions, let's say, are they nocturnal? Find out. Scorpions are strictly nocturnal, so at night. Yeah. Because they spend the hot daylight hours hiding in the dark. That's what I thought about. Like, when I think about scorpions, I think about burrowing and avoiding light because their natural habitat is hot places like deserts and whatnot. They're very hardy things, so they burrow and like hide in dark places. So typically, I mean, they can still hide in dark places. Like if your house is very dark and cool and stuff, right? Scorpions could be in there. So that that's where I would say. I really don't know much about scorpions, but they are nocturnal. So if you're asking if they'd be active at 8 a.m., well, do you have a lot of light in your house? I would say you can probably still find scorpions in basements because basements are cool during the day, and that would be where scorpions would hide. That's what I would think of. Like they would be in cool, damp, maybe not necessarily wet, but more like cool, dark areas. So basements, right? You do occasionally see them in the day. You're too nervous to go whack them. Yeah, I understand. I actually have not seen a scorpion IRL. I'm not entirely sure. Let me look. North American scorpion species location. Yeah, not very common. Yeah, not very common in it's like absent. Scorpions are largely absent in the northeast of the United States. They're usually confined to southwest region of the United States. So the odds of me seeing a scorpion might not be record-breakingly high. The record for most whacked by your household in one night was 35 scorpions? I've seen scorpions before, not in the wild. I guess that's what the clarification. Like I've seen scorpions in enclosings, like in entomologists area. Are they considered under entomology? Well, like displays, like insect related displays and stuff. I have not encountered the pleasure of encountering a scorpion outside in the wild. What?
南昌棺木
One more. That's a coffin that's made of wood. One more. It's not a pleasure. I know I was being facetious. 这只棺木是木头做的。老人的棺木，棺木什么？至今准备好了。No, 已经。Dang it! I keep mixing those two. 已经 已经 already. They're almost as bad as bees. I don't think bees are bad. I think you're talking about wasps. Bees are not. Bees are catching strays. When you're talking about wasps and like jackets and stuff. Anything yellow that flies isn't a bird. Like that's misconception. Do not slander the humble bumblebee. Slanderous. 棺木上放着一束花。
棺木
Slanderous.
范母
There are yellow things that aren't birds that are that fly as well. Like a plane. I have legs that fly. Fair enough. Bunmu. Half acre. Chinese acre. Dang. Oh no, Bangmu. Bangmu. Yeah, acre. What was 100 acres? Dang it, I don't remember the character for 100 acres. Whenever you see Daddy Longlegs, you run out of the room. What's wrong with them? It's just very long. Not even aggressive. 我们家只种 right? But it's because this is plant. 种了班姆掉田. No, they touch you? I mean, they touch you. Of course, spiders touch things. You know? 这帮母的种慢了花 or 种慢了花在群里有半亩地。
他在村里有半亩地。
群里 There's currently a spider on your ceiling with an egg sac that you can't reach. An egg sac? Man.
半亩。包办婚姻。
包办婚姻。包办婚姻。Alright. Packaged. 办婚姻 marriage. Package. Manage. Oh, arranged. Interesting. 包办婚姻。他不想接受包办婚姻。包办婚姻不一定能带来幸福。带来 yeah, not 带来 yeah 带来。Fair enough. 现代还是现世？现代年轻人多不接受包办婚姻。现代 yeah. There's a thing with like 50 legs on your door, like a centipede. Probably a centipede. Is it a long worm-like thing with 50 legs? Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's probably a centipede. If it looks more like a caterpillar, then it's a millipede, but it's probably a centipede since you can see all the legs.
包办婚姻。
包办。 That's not it. Oh no, that's it. Nope, that's not it.
榜首
Unsure.
半亩南昌棺木包办婚姻
Okay.
咨询师
咨询师 wow 咨询咨询师counseling plus a different inquiring and then like a teacher counselor makes sense 咨询师 you don't know it was kind of between it was kind of in between with thin legs. Yeah, that's a centipede. Yeah, so it has a middle part, but since you can see all the legs coming out of it, like it's probably flatter. It has a middle body like a worm thing. However, the millipede, all the legs are underneath. So it looks more like a caterpillar. Like yeah, the millipede has far more legs than a centipede. Does it have any antennae that you can see? You probably can see two little things coming out at both ends. Like there's like two pointy things in the front and then two pointy things in the back that are kind of like legs, but they look like more like antennas. And then the rest, all the legs are like sprawled out, like 25 on the left and 25 on the right. Oh, it moved out of your sight. Yeah, they're really fast movers. Millipedes are slower. Millipedes still move like caterpillars. I would draw them, but I would need to refresh this page. So actually, we're at the beginning. So hang on. So like a centipede, here's like kind of like a body like this, and then their legs are like this. And then they would have like one here and one here. That's what a centipede would look like from top down. And a millipede would just look like a turd. And they might have like striations across the top. And occasionally you can see like little legs come underneath. But they would have double the amount of legs if you're looking them top down. If you look at the side profile, they would look more like a caterpillar, like this, where you have legs like this. And then they would have like a bit of striations. Neither is an option, and I have no idea what you looked at. Like this would be something that has like 50 legs. It actually has more than 50 legs. And this one has like even more than that, like 100 legs. The variances of this is the most common. It had like 2 leg types, you believe? It should. Like it should look like they're like different legs things, but oh, okay. I don't know. There are not a lot of things that have like 50 legs, so insects with a lot of legs. Yeah, there aren't too many. There's either centipedes or millipedes. Those are the most common. When you say there's like a lot of legs, there's nothing else outside that family that are more common. Centipedes have from 15 to 177 legs, and millipedes, their bodies, and they have hundreds of legs. But there are very few like arachnids or Like spiders have 8 legs, and insects, most insects have 6 legs. Wait, am I crazy? Yeah. So it has to be, it usually belongs to either of these families, a millipede or a centipede, if you say it has 50 legs. You do a regional search online and get back to you? Okay. That's why I honed in to those two, because the rest of the bugs that people encounter a lot of times when they complain about their arachnids, they have 8 legs. And then when you think of things like bumblebees, right? When you mention bees, they have 6 legs. They're classified as those type of things. Like crickets, 6 legs, I think. They're arthropods. I think crickets have 6 legs, you know, like grasshoppers, 6 legs, praying mantis, 6 legs. That's how there is one of the defining features, how many legs they have. Or phenotypic, like phenotyping. That's all. That's about the extent of my entomology, though. Outside of that, I could barely name spiders, let alone things with more than 50 legs. I don't even know the names of the typical, like, the family of centipedes and millipedes. They're funky looking centipedes with super long legs, it seems. Okay. Yeah. Whenever you think of, like, there are very few things in a household, like, you encounter in a household that has more than, like, 8 legs. Gotta be part of either. Centipedes are between, like, 10 and maybe at the top end, like 100 plus, around 100, and then millipedes are like wild. They have so many legs. Actually, the way millipedes move is really cool. I know you might not think bugs are, maybe if they're not in your house, but the way their legs move, right? They have like hundreds of legs, right? So when you watch, if you watch a YouTube video or something, a time lapse of them moving, their legs, it creates a wave. Like, they have so many legs that when it moves, it does a wave across it. They're cool. They're not near you. Yeah. So watching a millipede move is really cool. You can see the ripple. It's like a wave ripple through their legs. It's all organized. So all the legs, like the front leg moves and then every other leg moves in an order. So it kind of looks like a wave going through. Like they're always making a wave when they're moving through the legs. Centipedes like wiggle. So like centipedes do like the wiggling motion. So all their legs are kind of like skittering and they're really fast. But millipedes are like a train. It's like really hyper organized movement. So it's really neat to watch the millipedes. Like caterpillars still wiggle a bit, you know. Caterpillars have fewer legs, but they're really pill shaped. Millipedes and caterpillars and stuff, they look like they have really tiny short legs. Centipedes have wildly varying long legs. They look more aggressive. I don't think they're like, I don't think centipedes and millipedes are as far as I know, centipedes are venomous, but they're not poisonous. So they can make you like they can like make you, they can irritate you, but they're not like, they can't, or maybe they can, they have pretty much weak venom and they can't pierce the human skin. However, if they do, it's kind of like a mild bee sting, right? So unless I'm not sure if people are ever allergic to centipedes, but it's extremely rare for centipedes to Like it's one of the lowest, like arguably one of the lowest risks. However, they can still produce significant pain in some like rare cases or something like that. They skedaddle most of the time. Very startling though, because they're quite fast for small thing.
咨询师
Sun movements are very startling.
趁热
Oh, I don't know if you know this, but there's a very fear, right? Fear creates 0.4 meters per second movement speed. Apparently, it's really fast for a tiny thing. Yeah. I don't know like I don't know how fast spiders can. 3.5 meters per second. Oh, that's the top speed. Okay, so spiders can be really fast too. Like one of the okay, a jumping spider is 0.4 milliseconds. Yeah. So spiders and centipedes are fairly fast for what they are. Spiders are still faster. Yeah. Spiders get really fast. So I was kind of curious if they are faster than spiders. Spiders are notoriously fast because they use like a hydraulics in like this is a weird thing to imagine, but a spider's legs, what they do is they like, you can think of them like hydraulics. What they do is they compress liquid. Yeah, you saw stuff about that? Oh, okay, yeah. Because spiders' legs are hydraulic. They compress liquid, and when you compress a liquid in the body, like anything, they can like bounce really, really far. Speaking of like Spider-Man, right? Like, we don't like. It would be kind of interesting if humans were like our legs would work like hydraulics. Basically, you like compress the volume of your legs, right? The liquid in your legs, and then try to bounce off. We don't have obviously operate the same way, but spiders' anatomy, the way they generate speed and like jumping force is pretty cool. Like it's a neat thing in nature. Imagine having hydraulic legs. All right. It's cool that you saw something about that. Yeah, it's really neat. It's cool if they aren't near you. Yeah, fair enough. Cheng re. Something hot. Cheng, to take advantage of when it's hot. Oh, I get it. Man, Cheng is nowhere to be found. I think this is the first word, probably. Yeah, to take advantage. Do I have another word? Oh, I do. Cheng Tao. Oh. To be early. Biang gang cheng re chi. Gan. 更香 更香 right 更香 it tastes better when it's hot 更 gun is like whole gai for better. There's no yori though, now that I look at it. 这个汤要烹热喝。这道菜趁热上桌。 draw Dao. The Dao, really. Counter or dish. By the way, how's your human anatomy and body language sketching so good if you've never really did it? You don't get it? Looks too easy when you redraw my stuff. I'm redrawing from your stuff, though. Again, you do most of the work. So I'm adjusting from what you're drawing. It's not like I'm drawing it. Like, for example, is it easier if you make it look how it wanted to and spend hours and you wanted it to and you spend hours trying to adjust to it? Yeah, but that's conceptual, right? So what I'm saying is, I'll give you an example in language. This is easier than it looks. Right? So if I told you there is another set of characters that are slightly different from this, and if I showed you it, right? If I showed you it, you would be able to convert one to the other. So now imagine coming from my perspective. I've seen lots and lots of media. So I had lots and lots of inputs, right? Tons of input. I haven't drawn a lot. However, the only goal I was doing is I was converting A to B. So that means most of it is the same. And I talked about this before, where the way I analyze things is I look at what's the same, then I look at what's different. Oftentimes what people do, in my opinion, or at least you and others when you're younger, you would look for the difference and not consider what's the same. And due to not considering what's the same, you have no point of reference. So, like, the sketch that I did was like over 80% of it was already done. You already did it. So the only thing I need to adjust is like the parts that I want to change. So you just change what looks different about the original compared to your likely intentions? No, that's the opposite. I don't only just look at the differences. That's exactly what I said you would say. That's what you do. You just look at the differences. I don't. I look at what's the same, and then I figure out what I can adjust that is different. Like, literally, the fastest way to, like, there's a sun drawing, right? For example, and then we need to make it into a moon drawing. That's what I would do. I would start with what's the same. And then how could I differentiate between a sun and a moon? Right? That's what I would do. So I would start with the things that are the same, and then I would add the things or adjust the things that are different, because most of the work is already done for me. So you look at the things that are the same first, because most of it you're not trying to change. So the more subtle the change is, the quicker I can do it. Because you're only adjusting the smaller things, not the larger things. Now this was a bit of an extreme because I can't draw very quickly. Like, it's again, it's harder. You did most of the work. It's harder to start with something. Like, you like to draw all the details. it's a lot more easier to edit. That's kind of why vibe coding, for example, is a thing. Vibe coding, input only approaches. The idea is most of the work is already done. What you're doing is you're comparing. And I don't even do that much. I don't do just that, basically. What most people do is they contrast. I compare. So that means that you have to take in what is same, and what is different. Most people don't even do that much. They do contrast. They only look at the differences. So there's no point of reference. My point of reference is the round thing. The round thing is the point of reference. If you try to do this, so like imagine instead of doing this, you're like, I have a sun, but I wanted to change it into a moon, and you're like, okay, so I'm only going to draw the differences between what I want to see. Like, wait a minute. This doesn't look right. Because you have no point of reference. The point of reference is the similarities. And also the absence of something. So I remove these. So it really does make a difference when you spend more time looking at the whole thing. You have to look at everything, not just the differences. And the reason why I say this is because eventually, if you're going to master something, if you want to like master something per se, right, you will have to look at everything. If you skip things that repeat, you will forget them, or they will become blurry, right? That's kind of one of the hot takes about learning Japanese. You have to treat every kanji as though it's important at first, and then you can do shortcuts in the future. But if you don't pay attention to everything, you're going to forget them or miss them, like kind of they become blurry over time. And the reason why I'm saying blurry is because it's kind of like drawing. If you're not looking at the whole picture, like all the things, and be interested in it, a lot of the things will be off. And when you're constantly concerned about subtlety, right, like the nuances, it will look off. It will constantly look off. And hear me out. Even though I look at everything, like I try to look at everything, I don't even concern myself with subtlety yet. I draw exaggerated things, which we talked about yesterday. I draw them very exaggerated, and then it'll help me understand how to tune them back. So if I have to draw a ball, I'm going to draw a really crazy ball, like a ball that is very different, so that I can understand how the relationship between a subtly ball and another ball. A ball might be a little extreme, may be a little too extreme, but maybe like a frowny face or something. Like make a really exaggerated frowny face instead of a subtle one. It really feels like you do little of the work compared to my changes. That's because you're focused on the end product. You did most of the work because I was even trying to match your brush like stuff. Like you chose a brush as well. Don't forget that. I changed your sketch based on your brush. I don't know if that came across your mind, but the sketch I gave you, I was matching your brush style too. Wait, that's not my brush style. Like, I wouldn't sketch with that brush. I would just use a standard G pen. So I would have to match the thickness and stuff. I think that was pretty fun. Trying to find something that looks roughly like your brush. If this helps, you use watercolor brushes for sketching, but yeah, you do notice it still looks distinctly like you drew it though. Yeah, that's fair. obvious, trying to camouflage. Watercolor on Krita watercolor like works differently, so I'm not sure what type of brush it does. Watercolor does it does things like this in Krita, and then when you draw over it again, it fills in. So like watercolor. Yeah, Krita the watercolor like fills in itself, which is really neat because I did a couple like the Japanese ink painting thing. I was using watercolor brushes, not the what do you call them? What is the ink painting called? But the ink brush, right? It'll come to me. I think we're good here, right?
趁热
Sumi. Sumi? Sumiye. Yeah, sumiye.
谐音
谐音? Hey, a homophone. We talked about this, Mika. A homophone. 谐音? Oh, they're using harmonious as opposed to same. Interesting. 谐音. You forgot which is which? Homo. Remember your prefixes. Homo. Homo is same. And then hetero. Hetero is different. Or mix. English is too hard? I agree. maybe for the different reasons, but I still agree largely. English is because there are too many users. Or I it's not a bad thing that it's too hard for me personally. Like I think English is hard because there are a lot of users. Like to understand English. I know you're not particularly referring to that. However, I can still agree with you in general. I think English is hard, and that's what makes it very interesting as well, because it's culturally diverse due to being a default language, like being a default language. Although you can always think of 谐音 as homophone, and you don't have to worry about English. This is 谐音. I kind of like reading. The Chinese script is so innate now, where I know the meaning of the Chinese character without knowing what it sounds like. So most of the time, I just know what it means, and it's more like focusing on what they sound like now. 中文有很多有趣的谐音。对。他喜欢利用，不是利用。Why am I thinking is 利? Oh, no, 利用 is good. 利用谐音开玩笑。 Japanese back then learning words. Yeah. Nowadays, like, all the characters all have meanings attached to them, like feelings. Now all these characters now have feelings. Like, I have feelings attached to them. Like, this is like same, and this is sound. So if it's the same sound, it's a homophone. Even if I don't know the English word homophone, it just means it's the same sound. It just sounds the same. Like, when someone says 谐音, all I can think about is, oh, I know what that feels like. Words, reads, brings flashbacks. That's fair. like I'm reading these, right? Like 中文有很多有趣的 right 有趣的谐音. I'm reading this and I already know what it means as I'm reading it. Like what I mean is what my eyes see already tells me what the sentence means. I'm working on reading it though. So 中文, that means that I'm focusing on what the reads are. However, I'm reading it off of what I think it means now, as opposed to reading down here, right? I don't even, like, it would be convenient if there was a way to mask it, but it doesn't really matter to me. It's kind of like reading subtitles when people say if there are subtitles they can't help but read it. That's fair enough. I understand. Right. Sakana. Oh. Sorry. I immediately looked at this and I started reading it in Japanese. 鱼和什么? What is this? 鱼和鱼于是常见的谐音. Oh, okay. 于汉. Oh, yeah. This is for and. 于汉语是常见的. So they sound the same. Why does this say 常见 instead? Oh, common. Which critter bus is your regular for sketching? The G pen. G2. It looks like and this part is yellow. It has yellow in it. And it looks like it has like this type of, it has like a triangular tip to it. And the handle part is yellow. The most defining thing in the tab is that it has a yellow like handle pinpoint. And then it has like a triangular tip. Oh yeah, that's what you use when you're sketching that one time on screen share on Krita. Yeah. I use the G pen most of the time. I do use another fancier one back then. It's the quill. It looks like a feather quill. Like this. It's near the bottom. So it looks like a feather quill. There's like a tip here and then a fluffy top. That one, the reason why I used to use that one is when you turn, it creates a band like this. Like it creates a band. So I used to draw with only curved lines. Like I always draw with curved lines like this. So that quill creates a nice like contour. So I manipulated the contour. Like it would look more like this when, like it would look like a banana when changing angles. So whenever I drew, it was like a crutch. It made things look unique because it looks like this. It'll look like this when you do an S. If you use it, you'll see what I mean. If you like have enough velocity and very, very quickly, the contours will always look like this. It'll look like a ribbon. You'll constantly be drawing in ribbons. It was very pleasing to my eyes, so I used to sketch with the quill. Okay.
谐音枝条
枝条. A branch and a strip. That can qualify as a twig. I'm okay with that. It's so strange to see for you seeing different physical tools rather than the stroke only. Oh, yeah. Yeah, the thumbnails. I think the way Clip Studio and even Procreate presents the different the stroke things, I think I like that version a lot better. Because what I have to do often is do exactly that. Like not that it's a big deal because I could discover it if so. I would take a blank canvas and what I would do is I would like basically I would take the things I would take the things and I would do this with each of the things, and then I would test density by dragging across, right, to see the streak. Clip Studio Paint requires a cost. Krita does not. And I'm not here to become an artist, okay, Mika? Didn't claim to be an artist. 地上有一些枝条 some 一些 but like you have a spare license until November, you know? Oh, I see. Until November? How does that work? Oh, is Clip Studio a subscription base? Wasn't it a one-time purchase? Wait, am I crazy? Sub a one-time. Oh, okay. So it's either. What's the one-time cost for Clip Studio? I mean, I could see myself buying the one-time cost if I was committed to doing artwork. Not an artist though. You have 3 devices of license due to using 3 prior. Now you use 2. Oh, are the licenses attached to the device registered? I said that backwards. Are the licenses attached to like our per registered device? Not registered, but numbers of devices. Oh, okay. Fair enough. 他剪 right? 他剪齐一根枝条 Oh, 起一 Oh no, that's fine. 起 yeah, 剪分什么分 what is that? Oh, fun. What is blow? 出分出炖了枝条吹 吹 I forgot the 分吹 The way CSP perma works is it only updates until the end of a big version. Oh, like buying in 5.2 supports all update until 6. There's also 2 tiers, but you only need the more expensive one for anime and manga. The cheaper tier perma is 60. What do you mean you only need the more you only need the more expensive? What does it do for the more expensive? What is for anime and manga? Like, what does that mean? I really don't, like, I honestly can't understand how you would pay for an art style. For example, the expensive one lets you make animation files with over 24 frames per caps at 22. Ugh, okay. Total frames, not, that's fair. You do know that you can still do all of that. Like, I obviously you could say the convenience, but you can still animate in Krita. I did animate. I did the ball exercise in Krita. Yeah, I get your point. Like, I did the animated, like, I did foundations. So one of the first foundations is to like, right? Right. The like the ball exercise. That's what I did before. And the only reason I did the ball exercise animation was because Coffers, he had an animation class, and I was doing an exercise with him because that's how I acquire most of my skills. I acquire my skills because other people are doing them. Just like right now.
枝条
The only reason I know how to do human anatomy or have a reason to do human anatomy is because you're doing human anatomy or human things. I have no reason to be drawing humans. It's irrelevant. If you get CSP for October, you can try your sketch brush. By the way, it has 3-month free trial, so yeah, I understand. I thought about using like different art programs each year. I don't think I'm there yet though. Like maybe in another year. Maybe in another year. I haven't ran out of art ideas or prompt ideas. And this year I'm probably gonna load up a fresh library. Like I have never loaded up a fresh library of brushes. So there are a couple like Krita artists that I like what they're doing, so maybe I'll load up their art like their brush collection and just do it. That's kind of the nice thing about open source things. Usually the people also release them free. It's not about the quality of the brush. I just want to like put myself in experiment with what other people are doing. Largely though, I rarely ever use anything outside a G Pen, a standard fill digital brush, and a texture like a sloppier texture brush. And then when I feel frisky and have extra time, I just take any texture thing and then see what the texture makes, and then I just find random places to put the texture. So I've used every single one of the brushes in Krita default because I just slam it on a canvas and I'm like, okay, I think I can use that this way, and I just do it and then see how it looks, and then that'll be it. I remember you made a comment about how do I know like how I choose my textures very quickly. It's because it didn't matter what the texture was. When I see the texture, I know where to place it, or I think I know where I'm gonna place it. So the idea is I experimented and looked at a lot of textures. So when I see a brush stroke and I see a texture or a stamp that does like this, right? I'm like, what does that look like? It looks like a brush, right? So then you vary it and put it on top of each other, right? You just stamp a couple of things, make this part darker, right? And then you put it next to a tree, and it becomes a brush, like a brush, you know, the shrubbery. It becomes shrubbery. Whatever form the texture is, you can like. There's one that is like a rake, and it makes like this type of pattern. I'm like, whoa, that kind of looks like tree texture. So you just rake the tree with it. And it's like, ah, there it is. That's the texture. Like, you have to get used to all the textures. And then there's one like it's like kind of hazy, like this. Kind of looks like this. Brush. That's water. If you put like a bunch of brushes here and then make them smaller and larger, you get water. So when you look at nature, a lot of times, right? You look at nature or like surfaces, and you look at a bunch of texture, you can take any of your texture brushes and create something else. Obviously, you can manually create all these things if you want. I often talk about if I was a practical artist, I would probably go to like the junkyard and go and collect random stuff and then use it as texture and then challenge myself to make art out of the stuff, because that's what I like about noise. You can convert things into other things. So most of the time when I'm using digital art, I like if you give me brushes, I will find ways to use them. It is through these experiences that you can improvise. If you constantly think about perfection, right, and very narrow perfection, like specialized perfection, then you are less likely to be able to improvise. So when I'm speaking, I'm not focused on giving the proper, best, most efficient presentation. I am challenging myself to constantly switch, change, and evolve and adapt to the conversation we're having. So improvisation and adaptation is a skill that is adaptable to nearly all skills that I have, or I choose to nearly adapt all of it. So when I'm learning a language, I'm adapting, not perfecting. Adapting is different from perfecting. You hope to get the Amari playthrough in CSP Inktober before you force off this mortal plane. That's fair. That'll probably happen. It's not beyond the stretch of the imagination. We only knew each other from this year on, so this year was already planned. So, next year is a possibility. It takes time to cycle through the plans. Like, this year was already all planned out before we met. Obviously, we can always attempt to squeeze it in. Oh, we will see in a year then. Yeah, that is true. You never know. In a year, you might quit using CSP for something else. We never know what the future will hold, right? Adapt. Gung sheng. You're very attached to CSP. Again, don't forget the narrow-mindedness. My chances of using Krita for the rest of my life is very low. So that's why I'm like, yeah, I could end up using CSP. Your perspective is you are attached, and my perspective is attachment is a cage for creativity. It's unlike someone to be attached to something when they want to be creative. I'm not saying people don't get attached when they are creative. However, creativity often is bound by one's attachments. Hold you to your word on that one. In a year, you use 6 programs the last 5 years. You know, that's kind of funny. When you say attach, I usually think of it like 5. Like, I thought you were going to say you've been using Clip Studio for like 5 years. Actually, I don't know how old Clip Studio is. Let me look first. Oh, I just realized CSP also stands for, I just realized CSP stands for the Congress Socialist Party. We can't use CSP that easily. Where is the... 2007? Yeah, it's over 5 years. 2 years? Oh, I see. I've used Krita since, but the thing is, I don't use like it consistently. So, Krita was where I started, and Krita is still where. Like, if you use like calendar years, it would be a little bit in origins apples, since I only use it predominantly 1 month a year. But ever since the beginning, I use Krita. I didn't even touch. Oh wait, I did touch MS Paint before, like 14 years ago. I did more illustrations in Microsoft PowerPoint than I did in Krita. Think about that for a moment, because of having to do presentations and stuff. I made more diagrams in like charts and like circles and pie charts and stuff in PowerPoint than I have in Krita. Did you end up drawing more due to you? Not really. Pretty normal. Like, it's statistically not significantly drifting. Like, for example, the 1 hour I did yesterday is still statistically a small amount compared to how many hours I think about drawing and doing things on like a regular basis. Now, if you're saying literally drawing, it's still a smaller percentage. So like, I would be drawing, right, for a period of 1 month, I would be drawing 100, around 240 hours in the period of month. So another hour is still significant, to the sense of an hour out of 240 is still an hour. However, percentage wise, it's still a small contribution. And then when it comes to thinking about drawing, like studying and stuff, I do it on a daily basis. Anytime I watch animation or watch an actor act, I think about how to capture that stuff in art. Like, artwork is cinematography. Movie making is art to me. So when a camera rolls and the scene is set in a staging, like, for example, like, what is a good comp? Like, one comp would be like, you have a chair here, right? And then you have someone sitting in it, like lounging in it. A father figure, like looking at a newspaper, right? And then you have like a couch here. I don't know how to draw perspective, so we're just gonna go with it, like a couch. And then you have like a kid here, right? So the idea is that when I'm looking at these things, I'm also looking at the composition. Like, why did they have the father directly look in front of the camera and the kid looking to the left? That type of thing. So those are the things I still think of as art. Related to yesterday, part of your avoidance to movies with actors is honestly that there's real people. Yeah. I was being really real. Like, when I'm talking about people who has like dysphoria, or not really dysphoria, but acclimation, it's not uncommon when I said that people prefer to look at 2D avatars, for example, because of avoidant behavior to like 3D IRL live action. And the thought is, I'm not sure if it's a dislike or is it an alienation, like a discomfort. The people I talk to, they actually really, the word they use is they dislike seeing it, or it's disinteresting. Not interesting, disinteresting. So it's actively creating disinterest. Like when you see live action, it's actively making the person less interested. Not the same as not interesting. That's apathy. So, I mean, you can still funnel into not interesting. So, this is a very common aspect. That's what I meant by VTubers. I'm not saying that the VTubers are deliberately... It feels fake and not so engaging and visually nice to look at to you. Yeah, that the irony is the most real thing is the live action. Right? And it's far more engaging and interesting because there are more details in live action than there is in animation. That's the biggest irony. There's far more details. When you tell yourself it's fake or is less engaging, you're telling yourself you can't pay attention. That's the truth depth of this. What I see when someone says it's fake and not so engaging and visually nice is what I'm saying is you can't pay attention to greater detail and you're not interested in working harder to look at greater detail. You want smaller detail, less detail, and very obvious contrast. So how does this relate to what we were talking about drawing? Contrast. You're looking at contrast. When you say nice, I hear contrast. When you say engaging, I hear simple. It's the same. I have this dialogue more than just you. At least 20 different people. They're all in their 20s now. Obviously, you're a bit on the younger side. And they say the same thing. It's very similar. They like the way and how clean and attractive and aesthetically pleasing what they're used to. And they use the word engaging, interesting, nice looking, and detailed. All of these things are objectively false, but subjectively true. It is not more detailed. It is not more engaging, objectively. It is not, like, nicer in the sense that it captures, like, the visual beauty of things, right? Like, objectively. Subjectively, all of these things are true to them. So I have no problems seeing how waifus look, like, waifu avatars look aesthetically pleasing. I also look at human beings, and I believe they're very beautiful. Like, the things that make art beautiful is because people are beautiful. They're different. So if you can't appreciate art in its entirety, right? When you're aiming to appreciate art, you can't appreciate live action either, right? Selective art is different from understanding art. To me, that's one of those things, like, art is only beautiful when it's convenient to you. It's not beautiful because it's art. That's like the difference in philosophy. I think art is beautiful because it's created by people. And people also are beautiful because they are different. They have lots of noise and stuff. Whenever I hear visually nice, when I hear 2D models and visually nice, I hear homogeneity. because it's very defined and it's very restrictive. Not a good or a bad thing. I think that this provides clarity and it makes decisions easy, right? And here's my 2 cents. I like 2D models. I really do. I also like 3D models. I also like live action. That means that it's less defined, less restrictive. Now I'll throw in a curveball. It means it's less clarity. So it's not as fine-tuned and it's hard. And I didn't say this was negative, right? So I didn't say this was negative. I didn't say hard was bad. That's a different story. When someone is defined, restricted, anything outside of this is bad. Notice how I didn't say that I hate this. I didn't say I hate this or didn't find it visually bad or not engaging. The difference is a creative mind does not have boundaries, or they have less boundaries. So when you're asking who's the more adaptive person, who can create more, is someone who is artistically creative. They appreciate more things. So oftentimes when I think about people who want to draw, which are also people who like 2D models, who are also otaku, who are also parasocial, all these are socially profilable coincidences. I'm not saying they're causal, they're correlating. And because of the nature of me being a Twitch streamer, and like I make content and I play video games that are Japanese oriented, I encountered all of these correlations that happen a lot. Draw 2D models, poor socialization skills. And when I mean poor, I mean people who know they don't like their socialization skills. As in, I'm not saying they're bad, it's people who are upset about their poor relation skills. And then, is there a way to change keybinds on Krita? It's in settings. Yeah, all the keybinds are in the settings. It's kind of convoluted, the menu in Krita. So like otaku, parasocial dominant, drawing is not creative, and it's stiff. Also, poor language learning skills. And again, I'm using the word poor because it's the same people who say they suck at learning language, or they hate learning a language even though they say they love the language. So notice there's a little bit of a, how do you get to settings? I have no idea. I would need to look at Krita. I don't change my key bindings, I just learn to use them. Again, it's the same thing here. When you give me a program, I learn to use the program the way it is. Like, I relearn the things, so I don't go into settings. I just use whatever it gives me. Command Z is too many keys for undo for you? Oh, well, that is certainly a problem for you. So, this is what I mean. So all of these things correlate. So no, I'm not surprised when I was talking about someone. I wasn't describing you, by the way, Mika, but I was also describing you yesterday. Like, what I mean is, I was describing the archetype. Much like whenever I play video games or do things, I evaluate based on the facts and then talk about archetypes, basically correlations, behavioral correlations, trends, optics of the current era, and then I offer my personal and personal like opinions on the current thing. You very much so fit into some of the descriptions yesterday. Yeah, I imagined. Usually I need to confirm it, right? Like that's what I say all the time. You can use profiling and corollary data and behavioral studies and whatnot. That's still a statistic. So then you can confirm it by asking questions and challenging the person's tasks. So like I would give the person indirect tasks or questions and ascertain that in more subtle ways. And that's a way for me to work with people. How do I change the brush size? You would have to, I think you have to go into each of the brushes settings. I haven't changed any of the brushes settings. Oh, you mean like the lift? It's at the top. Are you talking about like the slider? There's a percentage thing at the top. The thickness, you mean? Or do you mean like literally the brush profile? It's at the top. It's next to maybe like the zoom. Yeah, the thickness is at the top. It's under pixel. It has a pixel slider with a number in it. But there's like a number here and it has like a pixel. It's at the top. I forgot. I think it's shift mouse wheel too. Oh, your window is too small? Oh, I see. I think you can hold shift and use the mouse wheel, or you hold down one of the, I think it's on your pen, if you have a pen button. It's one of the pen buttons. You like hold down one of the pen buttons and then hold shift and then like move up or down to change the thickness. I remember doing it. I just don't remember what it is right now because it's already been a year since that's how I switched the thickness without having to go up there if you're using a pen. Anyways, I don't know what to tell you. Live action is, I'm not sure about how I would inform you about body language. Like, animation is great and all. However, it's, to me, it's still very difficult. Like, you have to really watch gold standards. Like, there are not many type of animation that really leans in on the micro movements of human performances. Like mocap, there are animations that use mocap, and even mocap are restricted to the interpretation of the artist. Now that means that it's interesting because artists has different interpretations. They can push the boundaries of like what is IRL, but live action like actors and stuff, those are still something different. So this is the part why you made the request about in a few weeks. Yeah. I mean, the thing is, that's only one, like, only one person is not going to be enough, right? If you think that looking at one artist's anime, like, for example, one artist's drawings is enough, then that's kind of like saying looking at one person's, like, live action, like, body language is enough to, it is a good primer, though. Nice to encourage yourself to do so. Acting is very interesting. Water, sea, basic, round, grain isn't too different? Oh, okay. Water, sea, ground. Hang on, let me write a note. Water, sea, ground, grain. Oh, okay, that's fine. That's good. You can DM me those things. That works too. Gung Sheng. What is Gung? Gung is Bao. Sheng. Oh, the body. Bao the body. bow. It's a body bow. Is there other forms of bowing that isn't body? Interesting. Huh. 我们应该共声表示尊重 to show respect. 这门钱要先工商孩子像常被工商问好 oh no 问好 dang it wrong tone 问好 You do see your point about the watercolor brushes generally feeling different. Yeah. I think they have a different like perspective of what I think different programmers or developers have a different perspective of what like the feel of the watercolor, like how the how the digital brush is applying it. Now it still looks like, if you think about what you can achieve with the look, I think they're still the same. Like you can still achieve the same look, but the input is different because of how they want to achieve. Some CSP ones are like yours too, but you just like the very specific type of watercolor brush. Yeah. I do the water blotting thing. I like watercolor. You know how, I don't know, have you ever seen a practical watercolor artist? Like when they try to like color a pear, they do the thing where you would block an undertone. So when you fill an undertone, it would be the complementary color. So like if you have a color wheel, right? It would be the opposite color wheel. So how to create shadows and undertones is like if you do a blue, then there'd be a red, right? And then what happens is, in order to get the same feel of a watercolor, you would have like the undertone of red. So you put like, if you want red as the undertone, and then you would paint over it with blue, and it would mix. So you would paint over blue in a certain place, and then the red would be the undertone, and it would create like the shadow. It would create a complementary shadow. That's the thing that I was trying to do with watercolor in digital. And I was curious if they did that. What was that one brush? It's the quill. The quill is all the way at the bottom. It's at the bottom and it looks like a quill. Like a feather quill. Like this. Like a feathered quill. You know, those like fancy old colonial quills. Yeah, so then if you use velocity, so if you understand how quick your velocity is, you can create something like this by using one stroke. You'll probably see it. You have to like, it's velocity based. You can even lower the thickness. It's fun for writing with. Yeah. So like when you write like letters, like if you try to write calligraphy, or like you're trying to write like text with your hand, it looks really nice because it's a quill. It's meant for writing. Like it reminds me of writing signatures, right? When you have like an ink quill, because it's kind of, it has a flat to it. Its edge is like it doesn't come straight to a point. It kind of rubs lengthwise. So when you're changing directions, it creates bands when it's changing directions. So it always feels like you're writing a ribbon. So when you're writing like fun, for example, there's a ribbon that comes out. And then so instead, when you write F, for example, you could write F like this, right? Then you can create a ribbon. And then your F will look fancy. So when you use that as a line art, that was a crutch. I used to use that as a crutch. How do you make your lines look interesting based on the velocity of your hand? Use a quill. And that's where I start learning about how to do my velocity. Like you have velocity, which is broken up into direction, right? Direction and speed. And then you have strength. So when I started doing digital art at a later stage, it's fun for writing kana with. Yes, it's fun writing most text with. So I used to write it with on one of those summaries and stuff. I would use that instead of writing like a G pen. What you call it? It teaches you at least it's less strength, so there's no strength for how hard you press, right? However, it shows you, it gives you an idea, a feedback, an eye feedback of your direction and your speed. Because the way your direction and your speed, how like you change directions while you're writing, it gives you a flow. It's kind of like the other one is sumie. So if you use like a brush like this, a sumie is an ink brush. You'll find it. It looks like the traditional like really large Japanese brush, or like the calligraphy brush. It looks like it looks like this. It's brown and it has a really large like brush head. Sumie will both have strength, velocity, and strength and velocity at the same time. So if you want to like really hit on trying to see how your hand movement changes, I think they did a fairly fun job of trying to imitate strength and velocity with that brush. And I use this quite a bit to just kind of understand how my hand moves. And then the other one, the watercolor stuff has no pressure, and I don't respond to the lack of pressure as much as I would like. Watercolor shouldn't have pressure. It has flooding. I guess it could be related to pressure. So they try to do flooding with pressure, which is basically like if you have a blotch. I know you might be talking about the other type of brush, but the water brush that I'm talking about, when you push down, the blotch gets like wider because you're applying more water. But watercolor diffuses when you press harder. Like you're depositing more water. So many of the brushes, what they do is they diffuse. They don't get darker when you press down. That's not kind of how that works. The reason you like watercolor for CSP is due to the way lines darken in a specific way when gone over again. I see. I like water because it creates stains. It creates hard edges. And I use hard edges aesthetically. So like this would be like kind of diffuse, right? In here it would be diffuse. So it's kind of like a cloud oftentimes, or like water itself, lack of a better word. It's water itself. So these diffuse panes, you're never getting to P3. No, I'm not doing P2 P3 today. We already determined that in like a while ago before I switched to HanziHero. So watercolor is interesting. Like watercolor has a multiplier already. I don't know if you use multiplier or something. Like for example, when you deposit watercolor and you go over it, right? You go over it, it's gonna create masking, right? Like this. Then that means this part is gonna be darker, right? And then it's gonna create overlap. And then there's edges. There's gonna be edges here. Some of these feel like they turn weirdly. I think you might not understand, like when my stroke bends, it's like sharp lines and sharp turns. Okay, hang on. When your stroke bends, it's like straight lines and sharp turns. Yeah, because your velocity is messed up. That's teaching you velocity. When you drag a brush, you're like, whoop, it's gonna be a sharp thing. Like, you're supposed to slow down. You're supposed to slow down. Like, so you're swiveling around. You probably went this way. You have to swivel around. The little like blob thing, it's dragging, so you have to swivel around. Or the alternative is to stop and then drag down. So there's a direction. So like if you're heading this way, right? You'll see that the indicator of the drag, the head is this way. So then when you drag down, you might not have dragged the head transitioning going down. There's a direction to them. So like it's like a car. It has to go down. You'll probably see it the way like the indicator, like for example, like a rake. One of the rakes look like a sponge, and depending on which direction you're going, the way it turns around is going to be affected by your velocity. Remember that velocity, I'm using the word velocity, that this is a math word, I suppose. Velocity is both direction and speed. Not just speed. If you're referring to speed, that's speed. I'll probably look at it. I don't know. I still don't know what you're describing though. When you say your stroke bends, it's like straight lines. My thought is probably not only is it straight lines, you're probably also lifting a bit. So then it becomes thinner. There's a chance it becomes thinner here. And then it accelerates again. My guess is you slow down here, you lift a bit, and then you continue into heavy, so it will look like something like this. It might still end up trailing down here because you're gonna lift again. And if you plant it here, it's probably gonna be larger here. No, like if you make a circle, it looks like whatever you call a hexagon with 30 sides in a way. Oh, which brush are you talking about? Are you talking about the quill? Because the way the quill works is a hexagon. I'm not sure which one you're talking about. I'm talking about the Sumie brush. I guess you're talking about the quill. The quill is a matrix. No, a variety of watercolor brush ones? Oh, I see. Yeah, I don't know which ones, because you keep saying that. Yeah, I don't know which ones you're talking about. I can tell you it's probably velocity. The way you're describing it anyway. Not sure about the hexagon thing. There are no brushes that make hexagons. There are a couple that use matrices. When lines overlap. Okay. Still fun to try. I still don't know what you mean by hexagons when line overlaps, but well I guess I'll see it. You can make like a canvas and do, you know, you can take a blank canvas, do it, and then point to it. Like draw and point to it. Like it would be something like this, and then like this, and then point to it. More so when you draw curves? Sure. I think I know what you're talking about. I just don't think you know what I'm talking about either. So, like, I'm not describing it really well. We'll see. Alright.
躬身，咨询师，谐音，躬身，趁热，枝条，
Alright.
揪住，
Alright, definitely dwell, so that's keeping the thing in place. So you can grab? 揪住. Okay. The problem with this is the right is 揪. It looks like 揪 more than 揪. This is the special one. So grab tight. To grab and like keep in place. 警察揪住小偷的小，他一把揪住了儿子的耳朵，or is it 耳朵？ It's 耳朵。他揪住我的什么衣领，不让我走。Okay.
揪住，吃腻，
Tired of eating. That's eating tired or sick of eating. 气腻，我气腻了同样的食物。Same food. 他已经吃腻了。吃腻了是便当。Oh, 便当 is bento? Oh yeah. No, not yet. I guess 便当 is that supposed to be a transliteration? Interesting. 便当 really? 我们都吃腻了外卖 take out. 他说他吃腻了面包。 or bread.
吃腻，颇多，
颇多 for what is that? Include and then a lot. So or incline. Oh no. Oh right. The paper, the stack of papers cutting the skin. Fine many. I am unsure about incline. What was my other one? Say what? Oh, figurative. In. Oh, hey, thanks. The ice cream and banner ads have been driving you insane. Of course, there's not your actual. Oh, I see. What type of ice cream ads were there? Wait, Twister ads. I don't know what twisters are. Hold up. And wait, how are you getting the ads? A UK thing? Twister ad. Oh, Tropicana Twisters ads. I don't even know what these things are. What is a Tropicana Twister? What is that? Is this just orange juice, but in a... What the heck is a twister? Is it like... What makes it... Is that just an orange juice in a different container? What? I don't understand. Oh, what? Oh, I have no idea. Is it just the container that's different? Delish ads were going on stream first time, but often swap devices. Oh, okay. Fair enough. They taste alright. Oh, not those. Let me find the full name. But those orange twisters are actually yummy. Used to have them all the time in the summer. What makes them different? Like, what are twisters? Like, I see that it looks like there's fruit juice in it. I imagine they're like sweetened of some sort. It's a totally different thing, but you forgot there's two of them. Oh, okay. Interesting. Those twisters are like, oh, they're like frozen fruit juice. Yes. Oh, okay. That type of twister. Okay. Interesting. I guess it's summer. I like hearing what ads people have. I actually don't see many ads because I don't have time to watch content. Like legitimately, I don't have a lot of time to watch content lately. I was thinking about taking a break and then just consume ads or something just to see. When you saw the twister thing, did you see the stick of colored ice or ice cream? Yes. So you're telling me is those things? 这只老式，这只老式的头目 That's not right. 题目颇多。哦，考试 ，whoops，是的。 actually a question or a test 考试。这次考试。The stick ones are the ones you like, yeah. I remember what you're talking about. Maybe the ice sticks have another name. The ad one is green, white, and pink. Oh, those. Oh, wait. Hang on. Hang on. Do they look like? Do they look like a rocket? Like a triangular thing. Like a tree. Red, white, and blue? Oh no, green, white, and pink. Maybe it's a regional thing? Green, white, and pink. Oh. Does it look like a what do you call them? Does it look like a spirally thing? But it's tubular. Yeah, you can just send a. Yeah, spiral. Yeah. Okay, I know what they look like. The reason why I say that is because there's also something related to it that's called. Yeah, so they're the spirally things. Yeah. Okay, that's fine. I know what they are. Yeah. I was looking for the brand. I know what they are now. Interesting. They're really fun looking. They're very classic. Let me find what the ice sticks were called. Yeah. No, let's see. 它有颇多新experience. Heck. Pass through party and Jian. Yan. Dang it. Wrong person. Yan, not Jian. Yan. This is Yan is examine, right? Or inspect or something. Check. Okay. 那里的有课颇多啊。
颇多。贼船。
贼船。J Chuan. I didn't realize there was a J usage. J Chuan. I mean, that makes sense. Of thieves and a ship. Pirate. 一艘 right? 一艘 J Chuan 出现在地平线上 yeah 地平线上 There's a branded version in the UK you don't know the name of, but in France you find locals selling these seemingly unbranded ones that taste nice. Ah, okay. You're in France a lot typically, so you often have them in France. I see. The reason why I said the rocket ship one, so the twisters are a very common brand of popsicles, but there's also another brand like the brand also served like these things, and it's red, white, and blue. I forgot which color combination, but they're supposed to be like rockets. And then they are often served next to these things. Right? Kind of looks like this. And then like in the center there's like a and then it's tri-colored. So those are like your standard like summer popsicle things, and that's why I was like, oh, okay. What are they next to? 1 to 3 months per year in France for most of your life. Oh, I see. The ones that I remember in the summer are I forgot what they're called either. You know, these like packages, they look like this. And then all there is just frozen sugar water. I don't remember what they're called anymore. Yeah, frozen sugar water. Inside. They're just packets and you like rip it off here and then you push and squeeze. Right? Squeeze and it comes out. Yeah, it's just sugar water. It's kind of it's really lovely because like sometimes the sugar water can help with the hot weather. And sugar is not too bad. Sometimes it makes you more thirsty though. Like if it's too sugary, it kind of makes you more thirsty. Like too much like glucose kind of takes away from the hydration of the water itself. And then there's these things which sometimes I would freeze. They're called I forgot what they're called. Jugs. I remember as a kid. They kind of look like this, like they're barrels. There's like a barrel pattern to them. And that's just sugar water too. Yeah. Something like this. And then there's like this really cheap aluminum foil, and it's just a barrel of sugar water. Good old kid style stuff. Sugar water. 这是一艘真正的劫船。You tend to monitor the weather of people you frequently talk to, and though you don't have total specific, it is slightly hotter here than from where you are in France. Let me see. So where are we at? We're in August, right? No. You're like way south. I'm just using monthly average temperatures based on Paris. The south would make it even more likely to be, yeah, it's not close. Even in the Mediterranean. When you're thinking about the Mediterranean, it's actually cooler. Like you're closer to a body of water. There's at least a 6-degree difference. It's much cooler in France. I would be very surprised if it was hotter around August. It could be warmer in the other months though. It's warmer in January. So there's more mild winters. Yeah, so in August there's like when it gets hot, like in the summer, there's no way France is warmer than where I live. But in the winter, it's way mild. Way more mild. Like France is way warmer in the winter. Like they pretty much have a really small range. Yeah, so larger extremes in where I live is larger extremes. What does your rough area peak or dip at when at the extreme? Minus, oh wait, hold up. Uh, let's go with. You mean like extremes? Minus 23 degrees Celsius. And height, probably like 43 degrees Celsius. If you're talking about extremes, like peaks and dips, usually is collapse more so. Like over my lifetime, 43 degrees Celsius possibly. And coldest is probably somewhere in minus 25, negative 25 degrees Celsius. It's mild. It's a lot more mild these days. So I would say like this year, probably the hottest was 40 degrees Celsius. And this winter, minus 20 degrees Celsius. And when I'm looking at like French temperatures, like across France and stuff, it's a lot narrower. The range is a lot narrower, which is nice. I think that's kind of, it reminds me of California. When I'm looking at the France's temperature, especially along the Mediterranean, it kind of reminds me of California. Like parts of California that people always talk about where like, oh, it's like mild most of the time. They still feel hot, by the way. I'm just saying, like, relatively speaking, like when I talk to like one of my friends, -2 to 42, and in the UK is, yeah, like in general in Europe, one of the things that people talk about, or like Americans talk about when they're abroad in like France and the UK, is like the weather is mild from this region, from where the region is, like the region where I'm from, because it would vary dramatically. Like the thing you described, like -2 to 42, that sometimes could occur in a day. Like sometimes it could occur, like on occasion you could have this range in one day, like the difference between night and day during the day. So because I live in a valley, so I live in a mountain and valley area, so it could vary pretty dramatically. We have seasons. Is if I had to be like facetious, right? If I'm being facetious, the place that I live in have seasons. Have seasons. In California, like California has about 2C to 42C. At least a place that some people actually, they have even more milder temperature. I think for the person that I know, it's more like 2C to maybe 37C. Like they don't see snow ever. If they do see snow, it's like the end of the world. So it's rarely ever below 0. Yeah, they rarely ever experience. And hear me out, because of humans, whenever he says it's 37C out degrees, he says it's very hot. and then 2 days later, because it takes like about 2 or 3 days before the weather flows to the East Coast, because he's on the West Coast, and then when we get it, it's like 43 to like, to 47. And he's like, wow, aren't you melting? I'm like, no, it's just your normal, because humans adapt, right? Humans adapt to their temperature range. So it's usually where we're talking about, so the way I'm phrasing this is usually 100 degrees Fahrenheit plus. So It's usually whenever he sees his peak, then it would be in this range, which is really funny. When it was 37 here for 2 weeks, your dorm room was around, yeah. So I used to go to a college that in the summertime, the only available summer housing is the non-AC housing. And we already talked about the temperature range. So let's just say there were lots and lots of box fans. And the only way to get the box fans to be cooler is you block out the sun as much as you can. So all windows are shut. They're blocked out completely. You sleep in as complete darkness as possible, and then you run box fans. We didn't even have like access to ice cubes. Like there aren't any fridges. Like you can't have, like there weren't fridges in the dorm room, so you can't like produce ice cubes to put in front of the fans to lower the temperature. I'm not sure if you know how fans work for humans. But let me make sure we're on the same page. So when the fan, right, they work by convection. So that means that the outside air, the circulating air, has to have a lower temperature than your skin. And that's the only way, that's typically the way you feel cooler. So if the air around you exceeds your body temperature, then you're actually cooking. Like, so if you're trapped in a dorm room, or like you're trapped in a closed pocket, if it exceeds, 98.6 degrees, right? Sorry, this is Fahrenheit, my bad. What is that? We'll just say like 38 degrees Celsius. If it exceeds that, you're basically cooking yourself. So, well, you're hoping the fan motion is reducing some of the air temperature, but if it's like greatly, if it feels like it's above, if it's like 45, it's actually 37 point something. So 38 is usually what I would go with. It's 37 point something, like 37.2. Let me see. No, I guess they round. No, yeah, it's between 36.4 degrees Celsius and 37.5 degrees Celsius. Yeah. I usually think of it as the height point, so it's 37.2. Yeah, because we're talking about being in a hot before a fever. Not really. A toddler has this range. So we're talking about a hot environment. So I use the maximum body temperature. So like if it exceeds this, right? If the temperature exceeds this, no matter what the fan does, it's just gonna cook you. You're basically just roasting. Like it becomes a convention of like you're basically putting yourself in a roaster, right? It's what a convection oven does, where you're in like a box and all you're doing is circulating hot air, so you're getting an even cook. I still remember one of the days, the only way to like expel heat was to take pour water, like I slept this way. I poured water over a entire towel, like a bathroom towel, like to dry yourself towel, and I just slept with the towel on on my body, like, and then a small towel on my face. That's the only way I could actually be able to sleep long enough. Yeah, it was pretty brutal. And after that, this was when I was 20 years old. After that, I basically love towels. Like, what I mean is I love the idea of wet towels. So oftentimes, like, when I'm running and it's like 100 degrees, I always often think about grabbing like a small towel, you wet it and you tie it around your neck, or you can tie it around your forehead, and then you run, and then by the time you get back, you'll be fine. Like, the towel is probably practically dry by the time you get back. Like, if you don't want to wet your hair, you can put it around your neck, right? Oh yeah, you can wet your hair, right? True. Sometimes, like, people's hair gets irritated from all the water and whatnot, so oftentimes you can take the wet towel and tie it around your neck. Your neck is a really high perspiration. The other thing is kind of inconvenient. You can try to get your cheek, somehow put something against your cheek, or you can use your hands. The other inconvenient place is the bottom of your feet. So the bottom of your feet has one of the highest circulatory places, and the palm of your hand, like, there are people who instead of messing up their hair and their, like, upper body, they would wear gloves. They would wear gloves packed with ice. So if you ever seen the weird gloves, you can put ice cubes in a receptacle of a glove, and then just put it on wear the gloves while you're running, or like wear the gloves while you're outside, because the palm of your hand has incredibly high circulation. Usually it's wherever you feel like when you go outside, like you go out in the winter time, what is the first thing that gets cold? It's probably your hands. Like, your hands hurt the most because there's so much heat lost from your hands. You said you go outside. And it's also the way to dissipate heat too. So I often thought about trying to do that. Like, what if I wore those fancy gloves? Like, the gloves that just have a compartment where you can pour like water or something, pour like cold water into it temporarily and run. And they're reusable because you can leave the water in the glove. You just put the glove in a cold place or in the fridge or something, and then you take it out and you run. But nowadays, I rarely have to do any of that. It doesn't really matter if it's like 38 plus. Usually running, I still run in a t-shirt. Or not really a t-shirt, it's like a collared performance shirt. I run in a short sleeve performance shirt and some joggers year round. Whether it's 38 plus or minus like 2C, I just run regardless. When you start running, your body just acclimates. So you lean in. Since I run every day, as the temperature climbs up, and as the temperature comes down, my body is prepared for it. So rain or shine, snow, rain or shine. It does present an interesting challenge, for sure. Every morning this year, though, you sat outside eating with 2 people in the snow, in the ice, in the rain. Albeit the temperature only got down to the 25s. Okay, you sat on the potentially frosted benches with pants and a thin hoodie eating breakfast. We should sit eating soggy food and getting soaked. When I was younger, I used to run in the rain. Yeah, running in the rain is fun. I do it now too, but what I mean is when I was younger, I used to like to run in the rain. And my parents would do the Chinese superstition, which is I talked about a little bit before. The Chinese superstition: if you're wet and you're wet for too long, you get sick, right? That never happened. Like, it hasn't happened to me. So But maybe that's why you get sick so much. Yeah, for some people it does. It is a there is a reason for this. It's still like a superstition in the sense, but it is ground in occurrence. Like there is something about being wet and getting sick. I'm not saying that I wouldn't get sick, maybe to some extent. It didn't happen though. So that's not to say that I wouldn't get sick or I didn't raise my risk of getting sick. Because if it didn't happen, I can't prove that. That's not proof that it doesn't happen. Because I do know that there are quite a lot of people who are very sensitive to getting wet, and when they don't dry up their hair or something, they do have a propensity to get sick. I like -2, -2 snow, and I come back and I just dry up naturally. So like I would just stay in my wet clothes and they would dry up eventually and I would still be fine. Eventually it would not be fine because I would be old, right? I would get old and I would not be able to do these things. So obviously I change out my clothes and whatnot. You think maybe it's an infrequency in hand washing perhaps? I still think it's hygiene. Usually hygiene, common cold, and it's stress, right? You have stress. I mean, you probably have, if here's a comical graph. If my negative stress is this, and my positive stress is this, your stress is this. And maybe you might have some positive stress, maybe. But it's largely negative stress. You probably have cortisol. Cortisol is one of the markers. You probably have cortisol basically drowned in your entire veins or something. That's not how it works because hormones don't circulate like that. But the idea is you and I have like nearly opposite profiles for the day. I don't run around with negative stress and lots of triggers and everything. Like I don't sleep with stress. Usually. So stress can be immunosuppressant. How it works is incredibly difficult to measure. So take it with a grain of salt, right? This is a grain of salt situation. It's very difficult to monitor the multifaceted targeting of hormonal changes, right? And cortisol is a circulating hormone. And then there's also like endorphins, right? Endorphins is the happy feeling stress, right? So, and then obviously any possible neurotransmitter that hasn't been identified for a function when it comes to like auditory or autonomic immunity dependent and endocrine processes. So take it with a grain of salt. But generally speaking, the hand wavy term is negative stress creates increase in markers like cortisol. And you can measure these things. You can actually get it tested. So you can actually go and visit a person, it's largely non-invasive. It's very trivial. You can try to see if you're having some how your cortisol levels are feeling. I imagine mine's fairly in check. You never really had issues with wet hair despite not using a hairdryer when you used to never go out. I see. The stress levels. I mean, you did have normal cortisol levels in tests a few weeks ago? Oh, okay. They sent you to get tested again after that result? Oh. So it might not be negative stress. Who knows? Like, you might be A-okay in terms of stress. There are many ways to think about it.
贼船
The idea is you want to stack it, right? You're thinking about stacking preventive care. Preventive care is kind of a black box, largely because staying healthy doesn't necessarily mean you're like maxing, life maxing your life, like health maxing your life is a null test. So what you can do is continuously try to do more and try to improve holistically your life. Because it doesn't happen, it's hard to confirm if whatever you're doing actually works. So that's kind of one of the really tough and sucky parts about preventive care, like learning how to be preventive lifestyle maintenance. It's hard to know since you're preventing something from happening. You're trying to see that something, so you can't see it working. It's not evidence for it's working. You can only determine if it works when someone has a problem. So all of this stuff is corollary. Like corollary by seeing sick people respond to those activities. So the people are already sick. They are already like deficient in something, and then you're seeing how it helps deficient people. That doesn't necessarily translate to do these things greatly and significantly impact healthy individuals. And then what happens is, if you are sick and you use one of these strategies, does it mean stacking strategies will dramatically improve your quality of life? It's hard to quantify, because the effects of healthy management and prevention, they're not like synergistic or additive most of the time. So like, for example, how much are you gaining if you have super high quality of health, like sleep, versus super high quality of diet? Like, how much are you actually gaining from that versus a reasonable quality of diet and a reasonable quality of sleep? How much are you gaining? So maxing, and you're wondering, well, the more the merrier, right? No, there's a homeostatic nature of it. So you can actually go extreme to the other end. Like, we have to remember that humans are homeostatic. So like, maxing sleep, what does that mean? Well, you can sleep too much. It's possible to sleep too much, so I have to keep that in mind. It's usually very tricky. So you do what you can. Mystery, they wanted a 24-hour test rather than standard bloods. Intriguing. 5 blood test needles 1 week. You think it was 6 actually? Hopefully it's nothing serious. Too much of a young age to be taking too much concern about that. Let's see, 灼伤. Oh yeah, that's a scorch and then a wound. Scorch wound to burn. Now, is it regular burn or is it a skin related burn? It's a skin related burn. Or at least all of these relate to injury burn, as opposed to like to burn something, like an object, an inanimate object. 太阳会灼伤皮肤 oops, wrong tone. 他不小心被火灼伤了小 rip. 他的小 arm 小胃小臂有 wait, is that 胃 or 臂？小臂有一点灼伤。There is a way for an arm, I think. Yeah, so you have the really deep veins issue. Oh, yeah. And depending on how skillful the nurse is, it's difficult to find the vein. I have witnessed this before with like donating blood. I have donated blood not too often in my life, but the one time someone had a bit of a trouble because of the deep vein thing. It was very difficult to find. We get the standard nurses poke you 10 minutes. Yeah, they give up and they call someone else to do it for them almost every time. Yeah. Depending on the training and like it's very touch and go when someone has a buried vein. Like my vein is visible when I'm not even flexing because my arms are very, regardless of how much like I try, but my arms are pretty thin. Like all I had to do is like slightly flex and the vein is completely visible. So I do know a couple. I don't it's not necessarily correlated to being thick. Like thickness is not quite I feel more it's a genetic for elbow, it's very hard to find, but for your wrist, it's really easy to see. So they took it from your wrist before, which hurts. Yeah, wrist hurts. Yeah, yeah. The elbow part, the inside of the elbow, is most reliable, like less painful. But the wrist is right here. I can imagine. What? Oh. Ew. What? Scorch. Oh.
灼伤，
Fun times. Fun times indeed. By fun, not fun, right?
揪住，
Most recently, they had to get an extra doctor? Oh, an extra doctor? Oh. Interesting. Emergency. Oh. Oh, an ER doctor. Oh.
颇多，
Dang. Oh, speaking of which, you remember we talked about like the medical things and like universal healthcare and all that stuff. Yeah, like my mother had a recent work-related injury, and we like to give you an idea of how urgency, right? Like the urgent care and stuff. Like we went in and out of like we got checked at like 4 different urgent care things, and the wait was 5 minutes. In fact, one of the times when we were driving back between locations, my father was like, you know what? You know what? Like, it's not a busy hour right now. We might as well stop in. He has like a kind of like a complaint issue from the day before. So we walked in and it was 1 minute. We walked in because no one was there. Like, you know, as we were driving by. So then my father got a checkup and stuff, and then we walk out. Because, you know, he's a retired person now, so he's paid his dues and whatnot, so he has Medicare. That's kind of the side that I don't necessarily think people are aware of outside, but that's largely due to the region we live. So there's a huge regional differences between like the quality of health and availability of healthcare. To draw a contrast, right? This is not reflective of all of the United States, of course. Right, you walk in, you walk out. And thanks to like many of the other forms of technology, things are incredibly orderly as well, depending on how technologically savvy the place is. Organization and appointments and meeting time schedules are kind of pretty on point in the area. Again, not reflective of all of the United States. Just to provide a range of examples.
灼伤
Yeah, we walked in and out of 3 different places back to back. Obviously, the actual appointment took longer, like 15 to 30 minutes, talking with the examiner and whatnot. The consultation. Uh,
失念
I love your 10 hours for
抚恤金
consultation. That's pretty wild. I still feel it's almost unbelievable when I looked at the statistics, right? I know that it's like it's still even unheard of to be 10 hours. What is this? 抚恤金 Who is to support or comfort, and then she sympathize, and then jing, oh, compensation money. Interesting. This is more commonly written in Taiwan. This is more commonly written. Okay, they used a synonym, right? Is this still fu? Yeah. She. Sorry, this is still she. 不是 I don't know which one's weaker. I think this one might be slightly weaker than this. Okay. You slept on some metal chairs that morning? You slept in the place? Yeah. Haven't been in a ER that long. I imagine it still occurs, obviously. Where I am. It's just I haven't. You know, so you were there from 1 a.m. until midday. Oh, okay.他们申请了 apply. Oh, the polite apply. 申请了抚恤金。每个月他们都会领抚恤金。What? How does ling work? Receive? Wait, ling. Interesting. 政府发放抚恤金给家属。Family. Oh, family that belong to the family members.
抚恤金 建阎王
Kind of flip sleep schedule too. It was under a day after we last talked. Yeah. You have to sleep early today, or sleep earlier, and try to Do the thing. Do the deed. Gotta start Persona 4 at some point before the month is over. Jian Yan Wang. Jian Yan Wang. Oh, yeah. See, Yan Wang is, yeah, King of Hell. Or I guess Hades, but not that Hades. Yan Wang. How did Yan work? Landgate? Oh. Okay. Alright. Right. Yeah, to see Yama. Or Yama. Actually, I don't know how this is pronounced. Yama. Today you will sleep at 1 p.m. I see. Yan Wang. Yi Xi. Yi Xi 是死亡。有意思是死亡。死亡。Wrong tone too. What am I mixing it up? Oh, it's because breath has the one extra stroke. 这是死。意思。我不想念阎王。那人还是一见阎王，一见阎王。Oh, that's not great.
见阎王。恢复正常。
What's my sleep schedule? I gotta go to bed in two hours. So it's 4:30 right now. 恢复正常。正常 is normal. 恢复 recover and return. Okay. Returns normal. Fair enough. But you said what was it like lately? It wasn't before. It has been lately. Since I came back from Otakon. Which was in the beginning of the month. See, system. See, 什么? Oh no. 已经细书系统 Oh man. 系统 Yeah, that's 统 Unite overall system Unite department 我们希望生活恢复正常城市的运作正在恢复正常 That's kind of tough to say. Yeah. 恢复
恢复正常。远房亲戚。
远房亲戚。Okay, 远 far house 房 relatives, distant relatives. That's fair enough. 他是我的远房亲戚。我们很少见那些远房亲戚。这位远房亲戚，来慕 heck 来慕台中 no 来自 oh no that's south 来自 how does that work 来自 came to see I guess is from oh it came from okay oh and this is a place name 台中 do conventions lately still have 3+ venti cosplay sightings per hour. Venti. What is a venti cosplay sighting? What is venti referring to? You remember which Krita brush you used to replicate your line style? You want to try it? I don't remember. No idea. I clicked on a bunch of brushes and I drew it next to your line. No idea.
Yuan Fang Qing Qi. Chu Shi.
Venti from Genshin Impact. When you last went, you saw around 7 or more of them. I wouldn't be able to recognize a Genshin Impacto character if it was staring in front of me. Yeah, I wouldn't. Let me see. It's a mixed bag. I think I saw more Marvel characters than I did anime characters, but Marvel has been dipping in the like cross-cultural animation style, so I'm trying to think of anime that stuck out. I clearly saw a lot, but I wasn't paying attention this year. I was occupied with my guests, so whenever we were walking out, I was more occupied with the person I was showing around. Foundation, Chu foundation, and Shi stone, foundation stone. Whoa. Often used figuratively. Oh. What the heck is a plinth? Is that a bridge chair? A heavy flat rock. Oh, those are called that. Oh. Alright. Can I get an audio check, please? Ow, my eyes.
Plinth.
It's plinth. It is what it looks like. Did your guest try a variety of foods? No. But he did try some. We did end up having that ramen, but not at the convention. Not near the convention. We came back. It's a local ramen shop, so did have that. What did he have? Ramen with actually a pork broth ramen with a shrimp tempura. Ebi. He tried some sandwiches, but I think it's within his comfort zone. Chicken parm was in his comfort zone. Yeah, most of the stuff was within his comfort zone. The ramen when we got back to the local area was his most adventurous. It was the only one, technically. He tried poke. Yeah, he did have a poke bowl. However, the poke was basically salmon. So it was still within his comfort zone. Like it was everything as his ingredient minus the poke part. So yeah, salmon. He tried edamame though in the poke. So poke had salmon, edamame, rice, I think, and corn. That's what he had on the poke. Obviously, my poke came with like marinated spicy salmon, spicy mayo with their volcano sauce, edamame, jalapenos, like lots of other things, right? Seaweed and all that. So it was like a big poke thing. Well, he largely stayed within his comfort zone. Wasn't quite as adventurous. You do remember having a good poke in the US when you were mostly recent? Yeah, poke is super expensive now. Yeah. Trying to maintain high standard seafood, right? Serving high standard that was one of the downsides of the poke. The poke place, the cost of it like doubled because of needing to meet the higher requirements for seafood safety. Uh, 教育，教育是国家发展的处实发展 no developments 发展 education is countries developments foundation which is basically just foundation figuratively 诚心诚心是成功的处实 agree 这块 oh no usually figurative but not all the time 这块 this is literal 处实是建 oh no a building what type of building is that 建筑 how does 竹 work? And starting point. Construct. 竹 I still don't see the construct. Oh. How does the crazy pill work? No, that doesn't help. That's a tough one. When you sketch your thing, do you color pick? Like eye drop? Not really. It doesn't work that well.
处实
I eyeball it. It's full. 不是。
抚恤金处实
电眼
建阎王
啊，
恢复正常
平房星期 What? Oh. I know.
远房亲戚
Oh no. Oh. Oh, that. Oh, I just realized. I think I did. Did I do tomorrow's lesson or is that 20? Oh, I see why it felt like forever. I was doing tomorrow's lessons because it's after 4. Oh, it's after 4 a.m. There was a reset. I was like, why do I feel like why do I feel like these lessons are not, I feel like I've done more than, yeah, I did 30 as opposed to 20. Okay. We just kept going. All right, well, tomorrow will be a shorter session, I suppose. We'll make up for it. That explains it. You have to eyeball when you send them back as color pick is too light. Yeah, yeah. Also, there's compression whenever you save the stuff. All right. Well, that's a wrap. Guess tomorrow will be a quicker session. But we really do have to get to final session tomorrow and then wrap it up. Then I'll be taking a 2-day thing. We'll probably start Persona 4 or at least do the day 1 thing on either the 22nd or the 23rd weekend. Alright folks, that's a wrap for HanziHero today. There's no possible way that I can start P3P today. Well, it was already planned, so we'll try to conclude tomorrow. That's a wrap for HanziHero. If you're gonna watch this later, 谢谢. As always, feel free to follow along. Pick up HanziHero for yourself. You're always welcome to come on by and yap, talk about things. Right. Most of the time, the stuff will be related. I'm fairly creative and always ready to make it about language learning or learning something in general. Usually that is why we're here. We discuss, exchange ideas, learn about each other, right? Or at least be excited to learn about each other and exchange ideas. All about that human experience. Irreplaceable. Kind of low-key part of the meaning of life. What type of shape or specific that takes on, definitely for the journey in life to reveal. Until next time, 大家下次见，感谢观看。Thanks for watching. I'll see you guys on the next one. Bye.